once in a blue moon. I'll try to get back to streaming more often. Yeah, I took a long break again. Sorry about that, y'all. Anyways, let me go ahead and I guess announce that I'm streaming because it's super rare. I guess I'll just stick it here, if that works. Alrighty. Let me open up my chat so I can see all the chat. Howdy, Sick. How's it going? Alright, so the goal for today is I've got several things which I totally did not make a list of, so let's make a list now. So first thing I want to do is I want to prevent people from going in and making a room of games that should not be out yet. And thank you so much, Sick. Thank you for the Prime. Isaac, thank you. Who's this stranger? It's been a while. Hi, Swift. Alright, so, first thing I want to do is if you go here, you can be like, I can do local play, and this should not be allowed. Yeah, thank you so much, y'all. I appreciate it. Wow, thank you. Isaac's been subbed for 3 years. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. So, by the way, I made a tiny bit of progress on Yacht, not a whole lot. So we're gonna make a whole bunch of progress real fast, and I'll show some things and whatnot. It's more up to date than this now, slightly. You can see I added some shadow slightly. So very simple drop shadow, and the way I do that is I just use like a group or something, and then just like a little circle. It's super efficient, and it looks okay. The goal is to have this be playable even on like low-end devices without a GPU, so it has to be done efficiently. But we don't want people to be able to do this. Disable creating games for coming soon on Funny.com. So that's the first thing I want to do. Next, I want to clean up this left side, this score thing, and I want to fully finish kind of implementing this stuff. So right now, if you click roll dice, the server crashes, maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, actually, no. Nothing happens. Localhost, bad stuff happens. It just doesn't work. So I need to make sure that that's working, and then just kind of continue from there. Let's see. But my goal is to complete this pretty soon. In other news, I've been talking to like an ad place. So like if you're familiar with advertising on websites and things, you might know of AdSense. There's also this thing called Google Ad Manager. And this is kind of like a more pro way of doing your ads, but you have to kind of manage your inventory yourself. And this is how people get ads from like Amazon and Facebook, or maybe not Facebook, but like AdSense and Amazon, and like there's like 1,001 different providers, and they all kind of bid against each other, and then you get the best CPMs, and it's supposed to be better than AdSense, but it's a royal pain. And then you've got places like Setup Ad, which are supposed to simplify everything for you. And I tried Setup Ad, it wasn't working for me. Other people do use it. Like, I'm pretty sure this is what Photopea uses. So, this site here, it's got these little ads over on the right side, and I believe they're using Setup Ad. Howdy, Spirit. But yeah, so I'm trying another ad provider, maybe in the next few days. We'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed. And in the meantime, I guess we're just gonna get Yacht done. Okay, so we gotta disable creating games for coming soon. That's the first thing I want to do. So how is this possible? Howdy, Mark. Let's see. You just graduated with a comp sci degree, and you want to apply for a position at Google, but you know you're not ready yet. Do you have advice on how to boost your chances to land a job there? Well, right now, for new grads, the market is very difficult. I mean, myself, I was thinking about like going back to like a real job for a while or something. But yeah, that's tricky. There's a few things you can do. So if you're a new grad, you kind of will probably already be familiar with data structures and algorithms. The Primogen has a course on this. You're cooked. You're not cooked. If you know anyone who works at large companies, it can be useful to get them to recommend you. That can at least get you into the interview process. But it is a very hard time in the market right now. So DSA course, the Primogen has this one here, this course. It should be free. And let me see. It should be. Why? Where's the thingamabobber where it's free? Maybe it's not. Okay, well this looks like it could maybe be it. I'm not sure, but it's somewhere. You don't know anyone there? Yeah, I didn't either. Like the way I got in was from like the foo bar challenge thing, but I think that was just temporary. I don't think they do that anymore. Crack the coding interview? Yeah, that's the classic. That's what's always recommended for reading. You should understand cracking the coding interview. You should understand all the concepts in that book. Very important. All right, so we come down to quick play. It's gonna have some kind of game ID and something in here. Okay, so this create room, we got to make this thing here fail if the game ID or like the game information, if it says coming soon. So how's all this work? If not as game ID, oh, here we are. Unknown game ID. We can do one better. Let's see. So it goes here, it does all this jazz. I kind of want that game utils to be on the right side here. Do you need a PhD for a research position? I mean, I think PhDs get paid a little bit more, but I'm not too familiar with research positions because I was not a research person at Google, right? As a regular developer or something, you don't even need a degree. I don't have a degree. I never graduated college. So it's definitely not necessary. But for researching, I'm guessing it might be useful. I mean, these are questions you could just ask GPT. It'll kind of tell you what you need to know there. Howdy, Radar. How's it going? All right, so what we want to do is I want this get game datas thing to... No, that's very simple. Yeah, I guess this works. I'm not sure what that sound is. I hear like this bling sound. I still have no idea. That's so weird. It's gotta be like a YouTube thing. No, that doesn't make sense because that's muted. It could be. I don't know. Okay, so this should just be like whatever the game ID is. Very simple. And that may not exist. This is always defined. Yeah, so now if I go to coming soon, status. If the status is coming soon, obviously that's going to be bad, and I'll just throw in the error, HTTPS error. This game is coming soon. Perfect. Oh, I only want this to occur though if it's not localhost. So I gotta remember how this works. I think it's just this one here. Very simple. No, that's the client. Where's the server? Let's see. We got the file mask on, so we're not leaking anything. That's useful. process env, node env. So it looks like it just kind of have like this hot patch thing that, or this monkey patch thing that always ensures process env prod. So I might just be able to do process.env.prod. Okay, that looks like how I kind of do it. Just copy that. If that and it is prods, prevents coming soon games. There we go. Now people can't make games or rooms for games that are not out yet. Alrighty, do I ever feel like there's too many if statements in my code? No, not really. So if you have something, oh, I mean, I guess you look at this part and you're like, this is probably what prompted your question, right? You see if, else if, else if, else if. These are guards. You usually use guards at like the start of a function, and it just helps reduce the cognitive like stuff you gotta think about, because your if guards are up at the top, they kind of make sure your data is where you want it to be for the function to run, right? And then you get your function. And this is kind of a big function, does kind of a lot of things, but because everything it's doing is kind of one-off and kind of like unique, it's just kind of all in one function, because if I were to split that out into multiple tiny functions, I would increase the cognitive load. So you kind of want to do that when you're reusing bits of code in other places or whatever. Here, everything's unique, so it didn't really matter a whole lot. How about a good number of assert statements in the start of a function? That's the same thing. These are essentially asserts, right? You can do it either way. So like, the way this would look in an assert is you'd have this bit of, oops, it'd be like this. Assert this condition, and then you'd have this at the end. That's kind of the same thing as this. It doesn't really matter. Just pick a way, stick with it. Pretty much good to go. Now, that's one type of if, else if kind of thing that you might see. The other type is where it's like, if, let's just say some value is maybe coming soon, you know, do this. Else if it's something else, you know, do something else. Else if, I mean, this would obviously be very bad, right? And you might see this in all sorts of places, such as, let's say I'm creating a game, right? And I've got like 15 different games. It would be very silly of me to go in and check each and every one of those and then do different logic based on whatever the game is. So instead of doing that, we typically use like a map or something, map, dictionary, whatever you want to use. And so that way it's just a single line. You can kind of see this if I go to Yacht. Over here, I have a bunch of scores. You can see scorecards. I've got like an upper section and a lower section, and then I just iterate over all those sections. I guess it's a little bit different, but like, I'm not just writing out like a whole bunch of code for every single one. It's about readability and understandability without using a lot of code. Yeah, basically, you just want your code to be simple and understandable, right? Their code had too many if statements and you mapped it to like some kind of a handler function. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like where else in Funi is like a really good example of that. I mean, obviously the games stuff is, there's all sorts of like mappings and whatnot. Let's see. Yeah, like, you know, stuff like that. There's other things. stories is a really good one too. So if I go to stories and I go on the client, you can kind of see the way that these modules work. So here's something that's kind of secret, not everyone knows about on Funi. It's what I use to kind of look at the state of Funi in all sorts of different things when I'm making a game. I kind of take a snapshot of that game and then I can kind of style it however I want without actually being in the game. So, for example, you can see here this is completely broken. Wait, what the hell? How did this happen? Okay, well the chat gets funky somehow when I do that. What the? Oh, you know why? It's because... No, that's not... Wait, what? Okay, well that's a bug. I'll get that fixed soon. Did I ever get my 5090? Is it really a 5090? It might be a 5090. It's whatever is the good one. Let me see. Oh yeah, 5090. Look at that. Yeah, I got this a while ago. I think I got it like within the month that I got back from Japan. So this would have been like April. Okay, I guess we'll fix this next. I've got 95 gigs of GPU memory. Yeah, it uses part of your actual RAM as well. So, like, that part's not as fast and performant, obviously. So, if it goes over the dedicated GPU memory, it's gonna go a lot slower, right? But, yeah, half of your RAM gets shared as shared GPU memory. So, since I got 128 gigs of RAM, obviously I have a lot that can be used for that. 31 gigs is still not bad. Yeah, that's something I really want to see more of. So these companies are very, very stingy with GPU, like VRAM. I'm not sure why exactly, but I would love to see really, really high VRAM GPU cards that are priced at a reasonable consumer level. I think that just makes sense. Obviously it can be done. We've seen kind of like these aftermarket modifications to GPUs from China, so it can definitely be done. Alright. Yeah, hi Mr. Emma, how's it going? A VRAM, yeah, it's for video RAM, and not for volatile. I mean, RAM is already kind of volatile in a way, right? You lose power and then the RAM gets wiped. It has to be constantly refreshed. Alright. And then of course you've got like your ECC RAM and your non-ECC RAM, and most of the consumer RAM is non-ECC. And ECC is just error correcting, so like if one of the bits gets flipped, it has like a way to make sure it gets fixed. Okay, anywho, we got the first thing fixed already. You can no longer make rooms. And I think I already got that. Let's push that change real fast. Okay. So the next thing, let's go ahead and make it so that this doesn't bug out, because that's kind of buggy. So if I go to Yacht index, we can go ahead and fix that up. Oh, which is where I'm already at. Awesome. So this room chat section is weird. Why is that weird? I basically just copied this from Jigsaw, so like, if it's weird in Yacht, it should also be weird in Jigsaw, I would imagine. Let's take a look here. That is a room chat section. Wait, what? Jigsaw has a different one. Okay, well I borrowed this from some game. 9-ball. I guess Pool has like a kind of like a weird way of doing that. Let's see if Jigsaw's any better. Nope, Jigsaw still is very messed up. Why is that a thing? So this div is inside of a flex call thingy-maroo, which is a flex call XL flex row, not an SM flex row. So that must be it. It's changing like when it goes into flex row. How do I deem if an app has good or bad code? That just depends how easy it is to make changes to that app. Right? So like bad code is code that doesn't have comments, doesn't explain why things are the way that they are. And like the code can have comments and still be bad. Bad code is code that is so abstracted it takes a week to understand how any of the parts fit together. Like some people call that clean code. It's not. If it takes a PhD to understand the code, it's not clean code. Bad code is code that's brittle to changes, right? Like you change like one piece and then it ends up affecting like a million other things that are like maybe tangentially related or something and is like not expected to break it that way. That's bad. And you just kind of like learn what bad code is as you go. How easy is it to add stuff and make changes without breaking something? Pretty easy on Funi. There are a couple parts that are not so great, such as like when I'm making a new game. I think it's overcomplicated on the back end. Granted, these are network games and there's a lot going on, and yeah, it kind of makes it not so great. Howdy, Atticus, how's it going? Another thing is like, there's a trade-off I made on Funi, which makes it more complicated to make games, and that trade-off is that the client and the server actually kind of manage their own state, and a client can make a change, and then it can think that the state of the world is in a new position before the server responds and says what the state is. So this makes it a lot more difficult to make games because the client isn't simply just replaying what the server told it. So if you play some games like RuneScape, for example, you'll notice there's a latency. So every time you click, in fact, I can just go ahead and show this real fast. Give me one sec, pop this on open. So your code has to be modular and easy to modify? Yeah, I mean, obviously if code is easy to modify, I usually say that it's pretty good code. Right, and your code doesn't have to be absolutely perfect and beautiful. For me personally, I try to avoid any typos, and I try to stick to US English naming conventions. So, okay, if you pay attention, whenever I click, it's gonna do like a little like yellow X. But you notice how there's like a delay before my character moves to a square? That delay is up to about 600 milliseconds in RuneScape, and that's because the client is kind of dumb. The client isn't the one deciding what the game state is or whatever, at all. It's all on the server. The client is simply waiting for the server to tell it what the world state is, and then it renders that world state. This is in contrast to some of the stuff on Funi. So for example, if I go to pool, and I make a shot, it doesn't matter how much latency I have. As soon as I let go, it's gonna make a shot. Before the server tells the client what the state of the world is, before it says how that shot is gonna work, the client is already showing it. That makes the code much more of a royal pain in the butt, because you have to have like this ability for the client to be like, yeah, I already know what the server's gonna say, let me show that anyways, and then if I'm wrong, I will roll it back and show what the server has. That makes things way harder, introduces way more bugs. It's a pain. But the benefit is it makes the user experience better. Did I tell people about Funi in its first days of development? No, I waited like 2 years. But if it was up to me, I would have probably just gotten it out there in the first month or so, and just released it to the world, and you could have seen like the whole thing build up. You're scared of the pressure of people thinking how bad it is? Don't be afraid to release your thing early and get feedback, because until you release it, you're not really building a platform that people want. You don't know necessarily what it is that they want until you get feedback from them, and then you can help kind of shape it, right? So, and then people can surface bugs, they can tell you ways to make the site better, they can be like, hey, I'm confused, I can't do this thing. And then you can be like, oh, that's because this part is confusing. Let me go and rewrite that part. All right. So what do we got? This chat thing is funky. How do we fix this so that it's not quite so ginormous? Max height. So I think the problem is there's no minimum width on this. It has a max width of 100%. Which is obviously not what I want. Oh, I know why. I think it's because it wants the chat down at the bottom. Howdy, Hoku. So it wants to be flex column is why. Is why this thing is the way it is. Okay, I see kind of what's going on. So really we just want to have like an extra div around everything else. Easy fix. Crouch, thank you so much for the prime, I appreciate it. What do I think about crypto day trading bots? You can make money with some of that stuff. Like back maybe 4 years ago, during the NFT craze, I was doing some market trading with crypto in a way, and yeah, you can make money. I mean, like any kind of thing where you're trading something of value, you can make money. But it doesn't mean it's easy, right? Like you can lose a lot of money very quickly too. I mean, I recently, like within the last half year, tried making another bot to make some money, and it was working. Not as fast as I wanted. I was making like 20 a day, maybe. So I just kind of stopped it. Probably should start that up again. I don't know. It was a bit of a pain. But there are definitely people out there who are really good at this, and they can make a fortune. I'm not one of those people. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. It's a job like anything else. And when you get to things like crypto, you're gonna be doing things like standing up a server, making sure you've got the state of the world, you know, like you've got all the transactions as fast as they come. Maybe you gotta think about like protection, where like people can't just front run your trades, because whenever you send out a request, it goes into like a pool or something. I don't know the exact details, but there's some kind of pricey things you can do. But that's not the only way to do it. I don't know, there's a lot. It's like a whole thing. Let's see. Learning with backtesting, yeah, that's one of the nice things about the crypto thing, is you kind of have like the history of every single trade that occurred. So it makes backtesting kind of nice for that. Okay, Room chat section needs to be moved. Oh, really? We just kind of want this Yacht scorecard inside everything else. And that should basically be what I want. In fact, it's probably just this thing here that used to be the outer thing. That's probably what's changed. Flex call. And this is going to be like an XL flex row. Let's see if that works. You want to get into algo trading but have no money? You don't need that much money for algorithmic trading. The thing about trading with very small amounts of money is you can make a very outsized return. Like, I mean, just look at MMORPGs for example, right? Like, at the low end, you've got things where like, oh, I make this trade and boom, I'm up 100x. But it doesn't scale. Those things are only when you have like $1 or 10 or something, right? But there are things out there where I can go from like, you know, 5-10 cents to like $10. It happens. There's plenty of those. So you do that a few times and then you have like a tiny little bit and you can... Do I use reinforcement learning algorithms for trading? No, I do it the dumb way. Alright. I'm not fanciful like that. Okay, why is it going like... You see that? What's going on here? It's got like... Yeah, it's ginormous. Something's going on and I gotta figure out what's going on. Why is this... It's like there's a grid or something. Grid calls 6? Why is there a grid calls 6 on this? See that? There's like 6 columns. Oh, I know why. Have I ever freelanced before? A little bit, yeah. Okay, there must be like I remember this. I remember the Yacht scorecard had some grid stuff going on. Wait, no, I know why. This needs dub full on it. There we go. Let's try that. What's enormous? Many things. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, the DOM. We're talking about the DOM, the stories. Okay, don't get too excited. Alrighty. So now, I gotta improve the style here. Oh wait, whoa, why did it go like that? I guess it's working? Yeah. Except for this part is a bit strange. So we gotta make it, like, not do that. I'm thinking this just needs, like, an overflow auto or something. That didn't do it. Maybe needs min h0. Why is this like this? Maybe the whole thing needs that. Let's see. What is this? Right, is this the chat? It's not the chat. Do I have a staging environment? Yeah, of course. But it's, well, I mean, I don't really do staging too much right now because Fooning is like very, like, small, right? I don't have like a lot of people working on it, so I kind of just YOLO and push to prod for Funi, but I do have a nice way where I can just roll back changes. So like, if any change breaks, there's a one-click button, I just click it, it's like a panic button anytime it breaks, and it rolls back. So there's this admin page on Funi, which you gotta be an admin to see this. So this is kind of like my dashboard. I can just kind of click on any of these things and it takes me where I need to go. So I could go to, I guess I don't have something on the dashboard for rolling the game back, but that's fine. I know where it is. It's in cloudflare.com, and then I just go to the workflow for it. You like Chrome's DevTools better than Firefox? Yeah, Chrome's got some good DevTools. They both do. It's kind of up to you what you prefer. Alrighty, where the heck is this thing though? So we got a main. Container, and then we got... Okay, you know what, maybe it's easier if I right-click this thing and then I can find it. That's helpful. Okay, now I know where it is. So this part needs to shrink. And this part needs like a max H full or something. Okay, not max H full, that didn't help. Alright, what if I do... No, that didn't work. What if I do overflow auto? One of these things needs overflow auto on it. Question is which one? Maybe it's this one. That's what I needed. MinH0. Alright. Emily, howdy, how's it going? Yeah, it's been a long time. Apologies. So H full, min H0, and that should be good. I might have to overflow auto that as well. Let's see. Oh, I think that works. Perfect. Kind of. It's a start. So now, I just gotta shrink the other part of this. And is that actually what I want? Because like, what if I'm on a phone? If like phones are teeny tiny, I don't want to shrink the Yacht dice like too much. I kind of want the categories to shrink down. But you don't want to shrink it all the way, right? Like, so what if we do this? Let's say we have like a tiny phone for tiny hands. These are big phones. Oh, there we go. That's a tiny phone. It kind of works. It kind of works. So let's try something where like maybe it's like a you're playing Yacht on a watch. Edit the list and add an iPhone 5. Oh god. Okay, yeah, sure, let's try it. How about an oh, here it is, iPhone 5. Oh no. This is gonna be awful, isn't it? I mean, you just need a magnifying glass and you can play just fine. Okay, I'll adjust it. We'll make some small changes here. Also this, I don't like the UI for this right now. Ugly. So we gotta improve that. Okay, but we can just go in here and we're just gonna make some adjustments. Alright, so this part, I don't want like min h 0 because that's too small. And then we got like overflow auto. See, like I'm thinking something kind of like that. Actually, that kind of works. Sort of. The padding needs help because I don't want it to scroll into the padding like that. It makes it really hard to see like all these things. Howdy Josh, how's it going? Okay, so does it look good on every other half? No, it doesn't. See, we really want that min h like half. Otherwise it gets a bit funky. I don't even know if min h half is good enough. It might be. It doesn't work that well. Missed the streams? I'm sorry about that. You thought I got kidnapped by the Cloud Mafia? No, the Cloud Mafia has, you know, I fended them off. I will continue to fend off the Cloud Mafia. What is the Cloud Mafia? It's all my my praise of Hetzner and saying how AWS and GCP is expensive. I knew it. I knew that was a bad idea. Okay, so the height here is a little weird. Let's see. They've got me on their watch list. That's good. More viewers, you know. Gotta. Let's see. Max H. What if I do like? I already have min H at 1/2. So how is it possible that if min H is 1/2, unless it's not ever used, so I gotta do this 50%. There we go. Howdy, sick. Yeah, I think min H 50% on that giant grid calls 6 is gonna be good. Oh, there is no min H half. There should be. Okay, whatever. We'll make our own. Overflow auto is important. Alright, let's try that out, see how that looks. So now, even if you're playing on, like, okay, I mean, I guess there's like a point where, you know, maybe just don't play Yacht on this device. If you're trying to play on your watch, I mean, not really my fault. I guess I'm using Tailwind? Yeah, I like Tailwind a lot. The reason I like Tailwind is because the file size is very small and it's just easy. It's easy to make changes to, and yeah. You don't need responsivity for ants. But how are we gonna corner the watch game market? There's probably dozens of people, dozens, who have like an Apple Watch or something and they want to play Funi on their watch. Okay, there's probably not even a dozen. There's probably like maybe one, and that person's me. So yeah, we don't need to support that right now. Okay. You know what? I mean, that kind of just works. Only thing that doesn't work is this scrolly bit. You know what? If you scroll down, I don't think I think I just don't care. For now. I mean, I do care though. Howdy, Galahad. Okay, this part gets funky though. Why is this part funky? Min height. Red calls. Why does it do that? How does this make sense? New lights? I mean, same lights I've had for like half a year now. What does overflow auto do? It makes it so there's a scroll bar if it overflows. Overflow auto applies to both the X and the Y direction. So you've got like a vertical and a horizontal scroll bar. You see this little scroll bar? That's from your overflow. What happened here? Your fitness is completely gone. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Beef. I've still been doing some fitness, so yeah. I think last time I did like a full body fitness was like 4 days ago. But you know, I kind of want to get like super fit. That would be kind of cool, and then I could have like a fitness portion of the stream, like before I get into programming. And Beat Saber, not too much Beat Saber lately. I've been falling off on Beat Saber, but I replaced it with a different type of exercise, so I'm still exercising. So you can see here, I haven't really played a whole lot since Jan, Feb, March, April, May. This many. That's June. So it's been like a month. Been a while? It has been a while. Howdy, Beef. But that's my Beat Saber. I like it a lot. I really enjoy it. Okay. So how do I make sure we are not overflowing? Is it because it's not like min H0? Is it because it doesn't have overflow auto? Is it... Did I go on vacation or something in the last month? No, still here, still working. Alrighty. Juicebox makes me feel like a church lady. Oh gee. I used to go to church. Like, growing up, you know, like my mom was like Baptist or something. So I went to church until like high school or so. I mean, heck, even the university I went to Baylor University, which was like a Christian university or something. But not anymore. I haven't been in ages, and I'm not really, you know, religious or anything, so. They have a Bible course? Yeah, you gotta take like 2 semesters. Alrighty. So, why is this bigger than the rest? I have min height on it of 0. You know why? Max height, 100%. It doesn't have max H full. There we go. You gotta have multiple constraints to get these scroll bars working well. That's one thing I kind of miss from doing desktop application development. So if you're not familiar, there's a tool called Visual Studio. It has an awesome rad tool for rapid application development. And it lets you kind of just drag and drop components into like a little GUI. And it's real convenient, real nice. You can set like anchors and things so that things scale properly. And it just kind of makes that whole scroll bar thing not an issue. It's quite nice. The web still isn't quite there. We still don't have any nice rad tools for the web. You need a CSS course to teach you why sometimes things have height and sometimes they don't. Just practice, Emily. Just spend a lot of time with it. You'll get the hang of it. Alrighty. That's getting a little better, but our styling still sucks. So let's improve the styling here. And then we also still have to fix this part. Obviously it doesn't work from... This is a storybook. It's not actually... I'm not in-game, right? That's why there's this extra arrow. But it's nice for state. You're done taking courses? Oh, yeah, why waste your time on courses? Don't waste time on courses. Howdy, all good, bro? How's it going? Roll them bones? I can't roll the dice. I can change the dice though. I have like a dozen different dice, so I could be like, this is white red. Wait, where's my white? Is it? It's not. It's white. Red. Where is the heck is my thing? Oh, that's Jigsaw. Jigsaw is a different game. I know, shocker. If I do black green and I refresh, you'll quit university. I'm not saying to quit university, like, but I'm just saying that like you know, those courses and things, they don't really teach you how to code. They'll teach you other skills, but yeah. You'll double every exercise I do on stream today? Thanks, Emily. That is so kind of you. Gee, what a great way to make me want to stream again. But yeah, I got all sorts of different kind of dice. There's all sorts. You linger too much on courses? Yeah, the problem with courses is it makes it you feel like you're doing something. It's like a busy work. And you don't have to think about problem solving with the courses, but that's kind of the whole point of programming. So, like, there's a strong correlation between people who are really good problem solvers and people who are really good at programming. Alrighty. Do I have any advice to improve yourself? Stick with a project, make it, like, actually spend time on it. Make a project that you care about and that you want to work on. Okay. And don't focus on the money part of it, just make it for you. Like back in college, I made like half a dozen different programs. Just things that interested me. You know, I made like a memory editor that could edit the memory of games like while I played them, and it could like take snapshots, and it had its own scripting language and stuff. I made like a packet editor, I made like a hacking trainer tool with a bunch of hacks in it, and learned a bunch of reverse engineering. Probably shouldn't be talking about all that stuff too much, but anyways, I made a lot of different things. I made like an assembly obfuscator, so it would take simple assembly instructions and then replace them with more complicated assembly instructions that did the same thing. That was tricky because I didn't do a lot of testing, and you have to make sure that the state of all the flags and the stack is the same after the transformation. You feel like you still need to learn fundamentals before tackling projects? You kind of learn them hand in hand. Like, you learn something, you apply it. You learn something, you apply it. Rinse and repeat, over and over and over again. Alrighty. So, I need this roll dice to work. So why does it not do anything right now? So we've got held dice, we've got new dice values. If there's no state, it does something. But somewhere around here it needs to update everything. Dice state. Oh, this is why. It updates teams. I don't think there is a teams anymore. I think we replaced that with users. Alrighty. You forget, you learn something, you apply it, and then forget it? No. The reason it's so important to make a project is because you learn something, you apply it to the project, you learn something new, you apply it to the same project, and then because you're still working on that same project, you're just kind of going back over that information every once in a while, especially like if it breaks or it needs maintenance or it needs updating or something. And so you're kind of refreshing your memory about that thing that you learned, and you're being like, how does that work? Oh yeah, that's how it works. And it just kind of happens. You don't really think too much about it, but you kind of learn it, and you learn it really well, and then you kind of just keep on keep it on. All right. Yeah, so it looks like here we have user. We don't have teams. So this needs to be users, user ID, dice state, thingamabobber, set. So that seems like way better. So where's those team ID coming from? Check if they've played their turn for their team. This is not how any of this works. This is all different. Team users on game end. There is no teams. It's all users. Okay. I was the best streamer. Noon had the knowledge and humor. Thank you, Kaz. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you. I will try to get back into streaming. Oh, you mean Algo Bro. You're right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks anyways. Let's see. Abandon your hedge fund ambitions. Started living your life. Well, you know, I'm glad you got your you're enjoying life. It's very important. Alrighty, let's see. We got teams. Do that. Yacht is not teams. Okay, so where the heck are these teams thingy-mabobber doodles? See, this sets teams to an empty. Oh, right. I don't know if that's necessary. Let's see. What other game doesn't have teams? Finny Flippers. This is one of those things, you know how I said like parts of the code base are not great? This is one of those. In hindsight, I wish that I had kind of abstracted that teams thing to where you always had a team and you just had like a team of one person. Okay, so it looks like I don't need teams. But I do need users. I need to make this not a team game, I think. So if we go to Finny Flippers types. This part needs to be different. Finny Flippers type is an abstract game type. See, that's a little tricky there. Howdy, Azo, how's it going? Alright, what else? Why is this upset with me? What am I missing? Turn end time. Okay, property teams is missing. From Yacht game state public. How? Teams. Team. That doesn't make sense. Unless I as-any'd it. And I didn't. So how does that work? Partial game session, Finny Flippers. Yacht. One has queue, one has users. That doesn't make any sense. There must be something I'm missing. So we got game states and the other stuff, right? So I go to Yacht types. Maybe I missed something. Abstract game state public user. Oh, here it is. Game state public is not a team game state public, it's just abstract game state public, I think. This is another part that is overcomplicated and should be simplified. It's Java's fault. Yeah, Java is not my first choice in languages. Although back in when I was at Google, you know, like at that point I had used Java a lot and I kind of knew it pretty well. So I was just like, man, Java's fine. But that's because I didn't know about TypeScript. How can someone make money from a personal software project? Find where there's like a market demand or something, figure out what people want, and try to build it, and good luck, because it's not easy. Like, that's, I think, beyond the... It's a difficult question. If I had an easy answer for you, then I would be rich, right? But I'm not. Do I like Go? I do like Go. I like it because it's very fast in performance, build time's really nice. The language is fairly simple. But the type system is not as good as TypeScript. Pokemon Go? Yeah, I used to play it back in the day. I used to sit at home and then modify my location so that I would be in different areas so that I could catch all the Pokemon, as one does. It was great. Okay. Let's see. Hacking as always. I just play games differently. Okay? I just play them in a different way. What are my thoughts about IntelliJ? I mean, obviously I like it because I use it, right? It's my favorite IDE, and that's kind of why I've stuck with it for so long. I like the hotkeys, it feels good to me. I really like IntelliJ. Okay, why is this total score not happy? Does it not exist? It does exist. Game state public users total score near total score. What? It's a total score. What the hell? Game state public users. It has a scorecard. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, Tech, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Did I get an invite to try their new IDE? They have another new IDE. They come out with these things like all the time. It's crazy. IntelliJ IDE Air. What is this one? Flash? Wait, this can't be it. This is like... Yeah, I'm thinking like Adobe Air, like that would be ancient, right? No, it's like Cursor, it's private. Well, where's my invite? Okay, maybe I'll reach out to JetBrains, I'll see if I can get access, because that would be cool to show off them. Cursor is something that I've been wanting to use, but I don't want to use Cursor because it's based on VS Code and it's just not really my IDE. I just don't like the feel of it quite so much. I don't like to see games working correctly. Sure I do, Beef. Sure I do. I just... You know, my definition of correctly might be a little different. Why is this not happy? It's as if, like, it's just some field that doesn't exist. Oh, unless... Yeah, that's so weird. This one works. This one doesn't. And I'm pretty sure total score is not like a different field, so then... That's gotta be a bug. Okay. What if I just as any? Okay. What if I as any? Okay. Why is this so annoying? It doesn't make any sense. Like, what if I have like a foo, and let's just say it's like a number array. Can I go in here and just be like, hey, this foo is a number array? I can. What if I say foo is a number? So there's something weird going on when the type is a number, and it just goes crazy. So that maybe my type information, oh god, it's so complicated. A value from nested object of this thing. JetBrains toolbox. I don't think I have that. Let's see if I can pop up in JetBrains toolbox here. Let's see, installed. Yeah, I don't see that. I'll ask about it. Let me put that on my to-do. Ask JetBrains about JetBrains Air. Alright, put that on my list. So, something in here is funky and it doesn't work well. $sign user ID, how does that work? Does that somehow get replaced? Let's see, this ref. Value from nested object. Oh, Jesus. Given an object and a path, returns a type at that path? How does any of this work? Oh, Jesus. This is like one of those write once, read never. So game session T, and it gives a ref, and then if extends an object, do this, else type never. Oh, it doesn't extends object. That's the problem. It's a number type, right? So like, let's say like if instead of never I say number here, and I come over here, now it works, right? So like, that method is beautiful, thanks. So this is the problem, this is the problem. That type is not extends object. It's extends number. Oh god. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. You know, it's just like, this is totally fine. We'll just do this. If it extends number, number, else never. And now it's happy. Can I do this without the extra parentheses, just to kind of make it more horrible? That's pretty horrible looking. Okay. Did not like that. Okay, what if it doesn't extend a number? What does it extends? How does that work? How can I debug this? I have an idea. We can do it this way. Instead of checking to see what it extends, let's see what the value is. How does that work? Okay, well, let's say I say fua. Yeah, that's not good. Value from nested object. I don't understand this. Okay. It is a number or it's any of the other types. Howdy, fruit. Where are you? Working on Funi. Or watching me work on Funi. This is Funi. Casual, massively multiplayer game site. It's got a few players on it. And I'm trying to make another game, Yacht. And right now, we're trying to deal with a type system for it. So I'm on the back end. I have this really crazy type method thing going on here. And right now there's a bug with it where it's coming down here and it's hitting this part of it. So like if I say it's a string, you can see here it's gonna fail because it's not a string. And you can see the ref I have is like game state public users thingamabobber / foo. So I have to figure out how to take this nasty mess and get something out of it. Do I have a good resource to learn software engineering best practices, like system design, testing, etc.? Not really, Spirit. I've just kind of spent the last, God, how many years? 16, 17? Something like that. Just coding, right? So it's just a lot of trial and error, a lot of learning. You kind of build a project, it fails at some point, it gets like to a certain size and it becomes hard to maintain. You move on to the next, you make it bigger, and then you get to the same issue, and then like eventually you learn how to make really large projects without them failing. I'm not a theory gal. Basically, just do. You thought I was 20? No, I'm 34. I'm almost 35. Alrighty. So, how do we fix this part? What I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking if we'd make a function or something where I can just test what the value is. Is there any other way? You thought I was 27? Thanks, y'all. I appreciate it. Code, fail, repeat. Thanks, Fruit. Yeah, that's basically what I do. You don't want to fail? Well, then you don't want to code. A failure is part of coding. Like, it's just gonna happen. It's inevitable, right? You're gonna fail over and over and over again, and it's how you get better. You learn a lot by failing. That's another issue with courses, is that they don't really allow you to fail. They kind of just guide you on the straight and narrow path. But in reality, it's a lot of like failing and trying again, right? Like, I mean, heck, even with like today, we're failing on this thing, you know, like right this moment, and then we're trying again, and eventually we'll get it right. Or we'll say, you know, it's not worth it, let's just patch this and move on. And the same thing for like last night. I was getting the shadows to be all nice. Before they looked like this, I had tried using real shadows and it looked ugly, so I failed. I tried again. The shadows were like offset. I failed. I tried again. Eventually I got it to look like this. Just watch out for the big tech lawsuits. Don't fail like that. Some failures are a bit harder to come back from. Okay, so what if I instead do this? Well, it's gonna be type never, right? Value from nested object. So, okay, let me just say that this is a ref type here. So, I'm just trying to like debug this a little bit here. Okay, so that's my ref, is game state public users string foo. Game state public users string foo. Value from nested objects. Public users. Wait, was it was user ID, right? Yeah. Oh no, string. Yeah, right. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, game state public users string foo. So I can take this now. Nested object, and let's just go ahead and we'll say it's the same thing, game session t. But instead of passing ref, let's just use the hard-coded value. Just to kind of get a feel for how this is working. So if I say that, what do we have now? It's any of the types. Any of those. It's as if it's not doing that last foo part. So what if I just do this? Okay, so without the foo at the end, it's trying to set a user handed with all of the other stuff. So that's the way it's supposed to work. That makes sense. And you know, we can say this is total score. So that means there is a bug in value from nested object where that last part of that nested object after the string is failing and isn't getting split up. Wait, what? So if I do it this way, it works. But if I do it this way, it doesn't work. Oh, it does work. What? How? And what if I do total score? Oh, like this. It goes to any. So the problem is somehow it goes to, if it's missing, it needs to be never. But right now if it's missing, it allows anything. Okay, so what if I go back to this and I make it something that just does not exist? It's gonna say it's all of them. Yeah. Okay, I see. So that's the issue. In this nullable recursive partial, or sorry, in value from nested object, if the value is not in there, somehow it's getting into here. There's a lot of ternary operations. Yeah, this is kind of one issue, I would say, with TypeScript is it is very powerful. The type system is super powerful, but it allows you to do really dumb things like this. This is a type that most people do not understand and will not understand. And when I wrote this, the assumption is that I will be the only one who needs to maintain this and look at this. Most people will never need to see this or think about it at all. That's why it is complicated. The problem is, now I have to look at it and understand it. And there's this kind of thing in coding where, like, if you write code that is clever, that you think is, like, tricky, you will not be able to maintain that code, right? Because it's easier usually to, like, write something than it is to read it. So you want to be really dumb with the code that you write, make it very simple and easy to understand, so that whenever you come back to it, you can still work on it and still modify it. Okay. So something in here. So path extends. So if I remember this properly, if it has a forward slash in it, it's going to do this part. It's going to kind of break it up. And it's going to keep going through until it no longer has a forward slash in the type. So it's going to come down here. Path extends E of t. If so, else come down here. So this would be like, if the path is total score, then it's whatever this t path is. It's key of t. So what if I just say this is like hello world? Will this now say... It does not say that. Okay, so it doesn't come in here. So what if... this part else... Hello world. Now does it say hello world? Now it says hello world. Like I thought. Okay. So we know it's coming down into this last tiny little bit. T extends key and key of t infer value. Let's think about that. You know what? Let's think about it a little bit easier. Let's just say it's type T. So this is what T is at that point, right? It's like a whole object. It's got dice state, scorecard, total score, all that jazz. It's just this thing over here. That's all it is. So now I can think about this in a simpler way, right? So this is T. Does T extends that infer value? If so, value. Oh, that's the problem. The problem is we have this path extends key of t. It doesn't extend key of t. This should be never. Oh wait, no. Total score. Wait, what? Okay, let me see. What's path here? Total score. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, total score doesn't work. But total score should work. What is now type number? Okay, I think I got it. Until if I do total score O, it should not be type number. So come down here, make this ref. And let's add some comment to help explain what's going on. Okay, so obviously this would just be type never. Path extends. Yeah, okay. Path may not extend key of t. It's a number. Is it a previous comment? It is. Why did I write this part of the code? Why did I do t extends this thing if so it's any value? I'm not sure. But that shouldn't matter. Because it should be able to come over here. If I do total score like that, it's a number. So like, it should be fine to leave it and just kind of allow those things to be whatever. This should still work. Okay, I got it, I think. Let's add a comment explaining this though. Path doesn't exist in T. If T is an object, go ahead and allow any value consistency. This should probably just be over, but relax it a bit. There, and so it's a little bit less restrictive. And then over here, what all changed on this part? I think it changed it from never to just be, yeah. It can just be any of that stuff. It's possible that value is a primitive, such as number. Or allow primitive value there we go. Fixed up the type information. Great. Okay, so now we've got the user stuff. We've set the users thing there. There should probably be some more team thingies that need to be fixed up. Team users. We don't have team users. We just have users. You have filtered team data. Winning team. We don't have winning team. It's all users. Zero-based winning team. There's no winning team. What the heck? Arg. Okay, so how does Funny Flippers do this then? Oh, I see. It just grabs the score of each user. Which that's what I want. I don't really want a winning team or any of that jazz. Insert pirate noise. Yar. Watashi wa kazoku. I don't know. I'm a pirate. No. Anyway. Let's see. Is on winning team. We don't really have that now. Instead, it's not about adding. Yeah, why did I write it this way? You need sound redeems? Maybe, we'll see. Okay, what we want here is we want user scores. Very easy. So what all is this all users anyways? Just a list of users. Okay, well, I kind of want the actual... Oh, it's just team. Yeah, that's not very useful now, is it? It's just a list of users. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this. So users equals game state public users. And how does onGameEnd work for this? Iterates over all of the users and then it does things. Sure, let's do that. In users. Alright, so we iterate over the users. And then we can grab their scores. Awesome. I like when it's easy like this. So then it should be const user equals users bracket user ID. And then user, this is gonna be like total score. Easy. I don't need to think about it if they're on the winning or the losing team anymore. Okay, and then I can base their XP on their score. I see, I see. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So now I have to figure out, like, okay, what is a reasonable score in Yahtzee or Yacht or whatever? Easy way to do this. What's the average score when playing Yahtzee? It's not going to be perfect, but you know what? I don't care. We can always adjust it. I just kind of want like a an average kind of around 250, something like that. Okay, great. So we'll base it on a 250 average score. Real world human data, players cluster around 210, 230. Let's make it 200. That way it feels a little nice. That sounds happy. I like that. Is end of game is true. The XP multiplier is gonna be well, I think it should be like a really low base multiplier and then have a lot based on your score. So let's do like 0.2 and then I'm gonna do something like that, but definitely not this. Okay. And then that's gonna affect 0.8 of your score. Okay, so whatever your score is, divide by like 200. Average game of Yacht should score around 200 to 250 points. And it's whatever your score is over 200. Easy. And then item multiplier, I kind of want that to be the same. You know, we're just going to kind of copy the same code because it's easier to just copy that one line than it is to make a variable and all that jazz. It would take like an extra line. Okay. It's fine, Beef. It's fine. It's still fairly dry. Okay, there we are. We've got all the gameplay for the users. So now even if like you quit midway, if you've at least gotten up to a certain point in the game, you still get rewarded for your time. I'm okay with that. That works for me. Oh, bot multiplier. Yeah, I think if you're playing with real players, I think I want a bot multiplier here. I think I want some benefit to being social. Is 20% too much? Like I don't want to hurt people who like to solo too much, you know? Let's make it like 90%. So you get like a 10% boost if you're playing with others. Just a tiny little boost for being social. I think that's fair. Alright. And then we don't have to set winning team, I don't think, I believe, as long as I just add a warder. Like if I add users, it'll just award based on whatever the score is, and it should be totally fine. Award in the game achievements. How does that work? What is this? User IDs. This is... What? Only the winning team gets these? That's dumb. Oh, maybe this is just for winners. Does 300 require you to win? No, it doesn't. Well, that's dumb. So I have code in here that says you don't have to win, but then others. You're gonna start an open source project and share the results? Sounds good, Spirit. I look forward to it. And howdy, Fruit. Good evening to ya. Alrighty, I have an idea. Let's do this. Let's have this part's hard because I don't know who the winner is right now. Actually, no, you know what I can do? Let's see. Wait, straight shooter? Why does that sound like 8-ball pool? Roll both a small straight and a large straight. Okay, whatever. Win a game without scoring 0 in any category. Howdy, X. How's it going? I'm just working on Funi. Chilling. Working on other stuff. Will I start streaming consistently? Find out next stream. I might. I'm gonna try. But yeah, I've been looking at ads. I've been, you know, trying to make sure Funi makes money. Just trying to survive. Alrighty. Oh, and playing Magic the Gathering a lot. Did that too. I've got like this summoner deck that I really enjoy. And then the new Edge of Eternities or whatever dropped recently, so I played some of the pre-cons for that. MTG Online? Yeah, I played some Magic the Gathering Arena stuff. Alrighty. Is it from the Japan trip? No, I got into Magic the Gathering from Final Fantasy. They released that set, and I love Final Fantasy, so, you know, I had to have, like, Titus and Clive and all that jazz. You dumped your crypto keys in GPT? I think someone can get them out? Yeah, just go ahead and post them on, you know, in chat, and I'm sure someone will sort you out. Don't do that. Do not do that. And obviously don't link any of your secrets to GPT. Try not to paste your secrets there, you know, it's not safe. You're sad because they rotate out and your deck has 19 cards that are now banned? Oof. Yeah, my issue with MTG Arena is I just want to play against bots. I don't want to play against people, because when you play against people, it's all about being super sweaty and winning. And, you know, maybe I just want to play some chill, funny games. Maybe I want to play like ATOG, and I just want every creature to be like a silly ATOG. So, you know, like, I like doing silly, dumb things. Or I want to play like a no lands deck that has 0 lands and wins because you've got like Smeagol or something stealing people's lands. Just dumb things. But in MTG Arena, it's all about, like, you know, play the meta and win at all costs. Alrighty, so this Flawless Victory, I think, is the only one that requires you win. Yeah. So let's take this one. Let's move it out. And then let's just get 4 const user ID of winning user IDs and do this thing. And then I have to figure out what their scorecard stuff is. Public users user ID. If not state, continue. Maybe Warren, actually. So is that enough? Perfect. There we go. Awesome. You've been off of Magic the Gathering for a while? Yeah, I try not to, like, I don't buy any expensive cards, I just proxy them instead. Is the screen flickering? Well, I hope not. Yeah, I don't think so. Hopefully not. Alrighty. Let's see here. Right, okay, so award achievements, and then we got award gameplay. Do I have anything else with a border? Get highest scores. Oh, look at that. Returns the user IDs with the highest score. Awesome. I already have some logic for this. And so I can just be like that. User IDs. Perfect. And those are the people who win. And so this obviously is just going to be all users, I think. That needs to be a list. There we go. It's not happy with that because that could be undefined, huh? Well, let's just make that not undefined then, huh? How about that? Easy. Okay. So we award achievements. We award end-game achievements, just in case. And we also award the winners. Do we have any other stuff based on team? On-change team. I don't care about on-change team. I don't care about this team ID. Current users scorecard. That goes away. Else all players go simultaneously. Check if they played their turn. It's no longer team-based. I don't care about this team ID. Howdy, Dan. Yeah, I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well too. When you paste code, you gotta be careful. I gotta be super careful with pasting code. I gotta be careful with like opening a .env file. I gotta be careful that my Copilot doesn't, you know, helpfully fill in my password for me. Howdy, Soviet. Been a long time? It has been a long time. Glad to have you here. Okay, so all the team stuff is done. What else do we have? Max points per category. Yeah, we don't care too much about that. Okay, I think we just YOLO and we just see if it works. Prompt injection attacks. There's all sorts of fun and happy times. Streaming your development is extra. Yeah, it's scary. You know, the stream, it's always, you're walking like on a tightrope, right? And there's like sharks below you or something. And some dolphins and nice things too. And turtles. I like turtles. Okay. So move this over here and let's see what happens. Close out some of these tabs so we don't have like a million bazillion things open. Alrighty. So now if I click on local play, it should work because we're on localhost. And let's see, close out of that. I click on roll dice. And if I take a look at the clients, it should have some data for me about what my current state is. A Funi API key, hot commodity. Oh, I know. People over here wanting to edit their gems to be 99999, like quadrillion. Okay. Public game states. Users. Do I have... Hey, there we go! Look at that, we've got some dice. Okay, so I rolled a 2, 3, 4, 1, and a 3. Awesome. That's what I want to see. So now we have a way of rolling dice, and if I roll them again, and I take another snapshot, you have the password to my Yacht game. Oh no. You can see my scorecard is empty. I've done 2 rolls so far. You can see that I haven't held anything on either of those turns, which I don't know why that's... I guess it's not really necessary. Is this gambling being pushed to minors? No, they're at least 13 years old. Hi, Sir Julian. How's it going? And then the next thing we gotta do is we've gotta add like betting so that you can bet your gold. And maybe we can do like gem bets too. Yeah, that'd be really good. And then we can maybe we also add like that the boxes, you know, the loot boxes. And it's not gambling because you can't pull your money out, so it's fine. No, we're not gonna do all that. It would be nice though to do the gold thing where you can like have rooms and it's like you have entry fees and things and they can like play against each other for good. I don't know though. I don't know if that fits Funi because Funi's pretty casual and I like to make winners and losers both win. You know, like take Magic the Gathering Arena for example. It feels bad when you lose because you get nothing. You get nothing. No gold, no XP, no nothing. That feels bad. I think that if you lose, you should get almost as much as if you win. It just makes you feel a lot better. If both winners and losers win, there are no losers. There's winners, and then there's less winners. They still win, they just don't win as much, right? It's like you've got everyone who's equal, but some people are more equal than others. It's the same thing, but you feel better about it than if you've got like, you know, if you just get nothing. Alrighty. 2, 3, 4, 1, 3. Okay, right. So anyways, our values are good. It's working as intended. We got a snapshot. Let's go ahead and copy this object. And the next step is set up this UI so that it looks the way it's supposed to. So once I'm gonna take a snapshot, I'm gonna go to that, and then we fix the UI so that I can lock in my scores, and then we'll go back and forth, and eventually we'll have a game. Getting close. But before we do all that, let's go ahead, let's take a snapshot, or let's get a commit in real fast, because I made a lot of changes. Let's make sure the server still builds. I think I made some changes to the types, and my computer is freezing. One moment. I made the cardinal mistake of forgetting to open Whizzle when I started my computer. And I don't know why, but Whizzle is very slow to open. This is fine. It's still there. Oh, here we go. Alright, we're back. Stream is lagging. Look, I only have an RTX 5090 and 128 gigs of RAM, okay? Opening Whizzle is very difficult. Okay. Unless you're a squirrel, then getting acorns are better than gold. I learned that Magic the Gathering has a squirrel deck. You can play a squirrel deck. It's amazing, and the squirrels are evil. It's great. Okay. So what do I want to do here? There's like warlock squirrels and all sorts of squirrels. Stop generating waifu ulu cute anime girls with a 5090. I have to get my money's worth, Galahad. Okay. It's only a little bit on the side. It's hardly noticeable. I forget what I was doing. I opened up with, oh yeah, making sure the server builds. You love the Bloomborough set? Yeah, that's the one. I think did I buy an entire booster box? I think I did, yeah, I bought a whole booster box of Bloomborough. Alrighty. Nothing wrong with 1,000 squirrel tokens? A coat of arms. I'm not sure what a coat of arms is. But, yeah, it's a fun deck. Okay, let's make sure we don't have any like weird console logs or other things in here. It looks good to me. That looks good. Somehow things are building, which is always a surprise when you write a lot of code and then for some reason things build and compile and you're just like, it's not supposed to work that easily. what's wrong. But, you know, it built, so that's something, I guess. Alright, we'll discard those changes there. It gives each squirrel +1 for each other squirrel. Oh god. That's amazing. I use Chitter Spitter, so like Chitter Spitter is pretty good. It boosts. I think it was Chitter Spitter. I don't know. There's something that boosts every scroll by 1, the number of tokens. I think it is Chitter Spitter though. Okay. Let's see. That is the client. Don't care about the client. All right, let's do it. Okay, so this is Yacht. Fix. Roll dice to use user's state. Some parts of Yacht still using backend. That's basically all we have to do for that. And go ahead and commit. I mean, I guess I could mention the other type stuff here. Oh, let's update our email blacklist. So this is something I added recently to Funi. Is now there's like this email blacklist that happens. And I was really lazy with this feature. So I was basically tasked with introduce a blacklist so that like bad domains like Mailinator, etc. Can't be registered for an email, right? Because you could verify your email with some throwaway email, but it's not really verified. And my solution for this was something that I coded up in like 5 minutes. So first off, I made this pre-built bash script here. So what it does is it just grabs from some different GitHub repos and then it shoves it all in a file and it sorts and dedupes. That's all it does. Very simple. And that's my email blacklist. And then there's like somewhere that reads it on the server. Yeah, this part here in the email validator. So just makes a set, checks if it's valid. Alrighty. So anywho, because of my implementation, I have to commit this every once in a while. But it also helps me just kind of see like what the changes are. The alternative would be have like an email validator service and then have like a cron job or something that fetches it and then shoves it in a database or something. But, you know, that takes more than 10 minutes. Alrighty. What change did I make on the front end? I think this is just gonna be... Oh, right. Yeah, we did 2 different parts here, huh? Okay, let's try to get 2 commits in. So we've got 1 and another. So this one here I'll remove. This part here is just about like improving the scrolly happiness, which is really cool. Great. Okay, so Yacht improve scrolling. Add for scores. Great. How are the profiling tools on Firefox? Complicated. Very complicated. Luckily, I don't have to do much profiling, so I don't have to worry about it too much. I'm very basic with my profiling. I'm doing things like console time end, and date now, end minus, or date now minus start. Okay, adds rolling dice to clients. So I can now roll the dice. The server responds with the value. So here's the problem. I don't know what the server is gonna say for my dice roll immediately, right? And there's no way I can find this information out. I do have a random seed that I use for creating games, and I use this for certain things that the client can't cheat with. However, for something like Yacht, I can't rely on the client. I can't have it say, hey, the user has rolled the dice, and we're just gonna rely on the random seed. Because it would allow clients to kind of know what will happen if they roll the dice. They'll be like, oh, I'm gonna get these numbers, right? So I could then make optimal plays and figure out all that jazz. So I have to wait for the server to tell me what the random values are. Meaning, this actually gets simpler because I have to kind of wait for the server no matter what. So, how do I want this roll dice to be? What I'm thinking is, we have this try call, and then I have like, kind of like a pending, and then I can do something. I've done this before. I'm trying to remember what word I used. I want to say that I just used disabled, like this const disabled. I definitely did not. What if I look at a finally? Oh, is sending. Okay. Seems like most of it is sending. That's the most popular word, so let's go ahead and stick with convention and use is sending. And then I can have like a little pending, like, you know, roll dice. I can like gray it out. Just kind of show that it's doing something. In fact, there's like a dot dot dot. Do I call it ellipsis? I do not. What would it be? I'm trying to remember. I've used this in several loading dots. Yeah, that's what I want. Loading dots. Alright, how's loading dots used? Literally just loading dots. So it is sending. If it is, else it's roll dice. Rolling dice. Loading dots. Let's try it out. So now what should happen is when I roll the dice, you know what, this is kind of getting big, so let's go ahead and do this handle, or just call it roll dice equals use callback. Just because it's getting to be kind of verbose, you know, it's like a multiple lines. And then we're going to set is sending to false, set is sending to true. You like the quick file-based email blacklist? Yeah, it was super easy to code. Probably the easiest way you could implement an email blacklist like that. Do I cache it when I deploy? Yeah. So it just, as part of the build step for the server, it just fetches. You could do something where you use like some kind of like a timestamp or something, like maybe you check the file last updated at time or something, and then you don't replace it unless it's been a certain amount of time, to just kind of like reduce the time it takes during some builds. But just super, super basic. Howdy, Speed Chess, how's it going? I'll make that async. And now we just call roll dice. Very simple. Oh, in other news, I also updated Funi to use the latest React. So, about a few weeks ago, or a while ago, I don't remember when, we managed to get React up to version 19. I'm very happy. It was quite easy. There were just a few libraries that had breaking changes that I had to kind of replace or update. One of those was one of the hooks I use, which was some kind of like use... What was it? It was the one about dimensions. Use media query, maybe? No, use original, yeah, use resize observer. This one. Gosh heckin' darn it. This library. A thorn in my side. So, what I ended up doing is I just kind of replaced it. And this is the new use resize observer. It's great. It was actually borrowed from this. So it's not like I didn't do anything fancy. I just kind of yanked this out of here and polished it up a little bit, I think, with types or something. I don't remember exactly. I think there was like some type I had to modify. But the problem is that the official use resize observer hasn't been touched since 2022. And that's just kind of the state of the web, right? Like, anytime you use some dependency or something, you really gotta weigh, like, how worth it is it? Because I will have to support this whenever the developers stop supporting it. Alrighty. So, I mean, that's kind of why I've been reducing the number of dependencies on Funi. And this might look like a lot, but you gotta also remember I have a lot of, like, SDKs in here, right? Like for Arcadium or for some of the other third parties. And then a lot of this is just React or 3JS related. So there's not really that many. And like all of this is just icons, right? It's just from a file, it's not even modified. Sometimes you feel like going into mobile. I don't like mobile because I don't like the idea of, like, you've got the Google Play Store and you've got the Apple Store, and maybe you've got like one third party, but like no one really uses them. So I don't like, you've really got these gatekeepers, right? And they want to take like 30% of your profits. Whereas with the web, it's still a lot more free. Although there have been a lot of like regulations and things that are kind of coming into play now, where you've got things intended to protect kids, which is, you know, a noble cause, but my concern is it's going to cause a lot of issues with, you know, like more and more regulation and censorship, and I don't think that's right. If you make a hybrid mobile app, you can have the wild chaos of both ecosystems and the app stores. Oof. Yeah, that sounds not great. I do want to make an app for Funi at some point though. Like, I want to use capacitor.js, and maybe one of these weeks I'll actually spend some time to properly go in and just make a pipeline that automatically pushes the mobile apps. And then I don't have to think about it. You did Swift for 10 months? The approval and marketing, etc. was too tiresome. Yeah, there's a lot of like approval and things that you gotta configure and just to get your app out there. It's a lot. But it is a very big market. Alrighty. So we've got Yacht roll dice. Everything's happy dappy. The unstable development tools? Oh, I'm not too familiar with that. I've only done desktop application development and web development and other stuff. Like mobile development is one of those things I just haven't really touched on too much. I like to have more control over my operating system, so I spend all my time on desktop anyways. Oh, did I try the React compiler? Not yet. I know that React 19 has like an opt-in compiler you can do. It's not in by default, you have to enable it. So at some point I'll try it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was making it so that when I hit roll, it works. Except that I'm out of rolls. This is great. I get to be the highest level. Okay. Wait, why does it... There's no way I used them all that fast. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. I'm the highest level on Yacht. Get wrecked, y'all. I get to level up first. Okay, maybe I should... Okay, you know what? I have an idea. Let's do this. Because I don't think it's fair that I can get XP before anyone else can do it. So, maybe we make it where when I do a word gameplay for a game, if that game is not out, have just like a check or something, and then it just doesn't actually word gameplay. Not that it really matters a whole lot. Actually, you know what? I don't think it's worth even bothering and writing code for it, so I'm just gonna leave it in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care enough right now. Alrighty. I think I would care more if I actually got like real XP. Okay, so loading dots. The problem right now is I have these loading dots, but it is so fast and it's increasing the width. So let's try this. First off, I want to wait. Let's just do this new promise, set a timeout, just to simulate what it's like. Let's make it like a really big delay, just to kind of see. And then I'm gonna increase the width of this roll dice so that it's wider. And that way it's not gonna modify the width. Okay, it's a start, but it needs to be disabled if is sending, right? That makes sense. Okay, great. That's a little bit better, but it's still not great. I need a minimum width on this. So let's just set the min width to... Oh gee, I don't know. Sure, something that we've already used before. How's that? Clearly not enough. Width is 116. And how much is it with the ellipsis? So gets up to about 133, so we need it to be like 140-ish. Maybe I can reuse the 152. Howdy Sigurd, how's it going? See if that's any good. Yeah, I think that's fine. Kind of. No, it's not quite good enough. A tiny rotating die instead of the loading dots? Yeah, that's an idea. Except that a tiny rotating die means 3JS because I have to use the canvas, meaning I have to have a tiny canvas in the button. I mean, I guess I could do it. I mean, okay, I guess it doesn't have to be a canvas. It could be like a GIF that gets rendered and then it gets displayed. So like there are it's a cool idea. It definitely makes it more gamey, which is cool. Is it worth spending like an hour on it? I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it because like these are gonna shake and move around anyways, so you're gonna have a lot of animation going on. I say we leave it as is. I think it's fine. I don't even know if it's worth it to change it from roll to rolling. It could rotate through a simple dice with 1 to 6 pips. It could do that. Can always go back, yeah. Let's try to get the main functionality going first. Okay, what do we do? Acorn content. Rolling. Show. Or it could even be like, you could have like the 1 through 6 dice or something, and they could just like make a wave. Your main functionality is to suggest extra work. I mean, heck, if it makes the game feel more fun and polished, I'm all for it. Okay, so how many times can I reroll? I should be able to reroll 3 times. Try that again. Okay. One, 2, 3, and this one should fail. Cool. Why is it delayed? Did I not refresh the clients? I must have not. You've used all your rolls. Yeah, that's fine. All that jazz is happy dappy. Great. Let's take another game snapshot. I'm gonna do a single roll, and I'm gonna take a snapshot, and then I'm gonna make a storybook for it. Actually, no, I think I got this old one here I can just copy. I think we're good, actually. So now if I go to Yacht stories, so we got in-game, let's export const. After 2 rolls. And that's going to be a fake game component. No, my thingamabobber went away. Alright, copy object, try this again. Okay. Copy object. Okay, fine. Let's try this again. Like, I keep copying it from here and it's just not copying. But that's fine. We can work around this. So we roll. I think that worked. Let's double check. So we got some state, users, blah blah blah. Alright, we do. It worked. 41441. Perfect. So now I can copy this object here. Hopefully, please work. Yes! Alright, that's what I want. You're surprised I'm using Storybook? Or am I just calling them stories? I'm just calling them stories. I don't use Storybook. I use Acorn Book, Dan. Acorn Book is a very lightweight storybook. It does not break every 6 months with breaking changes and a major version update. It's stable, doesn't change, it's lightning fast, so it refreshes super quickly, and it's bare bones and has hardly any features. So let me show you how it works. So this is all the stories I have, and I can just click on any of these, and it just kind of loads the story. So like I can got this in-game story, and I can close it, and just there it is. It's full screen and works great. That's all it is. You need Storybook would be too heavy. Yeah, they try to do everything with Storybook. They tried kind of like merging it with their like snapshotting thing for like the snapshot testing, where you take a snapshot of a screen and then you compare it, and then if the screenshot changes, well then something has changed. Big surprise. Shocker. I know. But that's kind of how it works. This stories thing, like the code for it is relatively simple. So you've got like a few pages. You've got your main stories. This is the way that it kind of loads. And I believe like there's something that kind of, I want to say it's part of the build step, which decides all the stories. They release major breaking changes so often. Yeah, it's crazy. So I just made a super lightweight version that has this thing here, so you can see I've got my story, and I can just refresh this and it kind of stays full screen. Very simple, very easy to use, works great. Is there a standard orientation for the dice numbers? Probably. It's probably something like the 1 and 6 are on opposite ends, and then I don't know. I'm sure like dice are supposed to be like a certain way. Alright. So this now needs to now we gotta change this part on the left side. You did the same kind of thing here as making your own storybook? Yeah. And this whole thing is like dynamic too. Like I don't have to make a new, like I just make a file, I call it .stories.tsx, and it just works. And you can see I don't have to stick them in any folder, like it just works. Everything just works. It's great. I love it. And you can see like it's, yeah. It just works. I don't know. It didn't take too long to implement either. Alrighty. Have I tried Claude Code? I really like Claude Code. I use it all the time. So, like, I could use it, for example, to clean up the category thingy over here. Maybe it'll do an okay job. I find that Claude Code does a better job than GPT a lot of the time, even like O3. It kind of just depends what it is I'm after. So you can take a look at these previous screenshots. This is an example of what Claude Code did. Let's copy this, paste it. Like this Yacht scorecard on the left, that was Claude Code. It was an attempt. It kind of messed up the, like it forgot overflow auto, so like there was no scroll bar, and down below this it looked pretty bad. But it was alright. But the code it came up with was overcomplicated, and I think we can do a simpler job. So what we're doing now is we're looking at alternative games, and we're trying to find what a good layout is for this scorecard. We've got this one here. This here. And there's a couple of these other ones. But this one's my favorite so far. It's nice and simple. You wanted to try the Gemini CLI tool? I was disappointed in the Gemini CLI tool, so I went to the GitHub to see like, oh, you know, it should be super easy to replace this with another LLM, right? You should have to change one file, maybe add like a provider. But the way that this code was written, it's just kind of all over the place, and you'd have to make changes to like a lot of different areas to like strip it out and replace the model. And I'm just like, not the best. This is a ridiculous number of yeah. A whole bunch of files. Some of them are big, others are just absolutely tiny, and it's like, does this need to be its own file? Some of these do, but some of them don't. Okay, but anyways, that's just the UI, then you got like all this stuff. A lot of tools for a CLI tool? Yeah. It's a lot of code for something that should be very simple. Like, I don't know why it has to be this complicated. Just way too much code. Alrighty. Is there a way to render JSX to a terminal? I don't know. I'm not sure why there's TSX. Well, no, that code was not simple, Dan. Like, that code was definitely not simple. I like simple code, you know, like... Okay, I mean, I guess, like, some of my code is not very simple either, but... You know, I don't like a lot of code, okay? You know, it's gotta be simple. Okay, so I guess we don't have a category U other, so let's remove some of that. And then instead of U and other, it should be, I guess, like your avatar or something. Well, let me think here. I'm thinking we go with Funi Flippers, probably, has a good solution for this. And Funi Flippers is like pure HTML, CSS, etc. So I can probably just copy it on in there. Nate, thank you so much. Howdy. Happy Friday, and thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. We're getting Yacht done. So we got the little dice going on the right. I actually used Unity to grab the textures here. So these dice models are from the Unity asset store. And then there's like a plugin you can do to export it as GLTF. Nice physics. There's no physics. It's just rotating for now. But I haven't decided how I want to do the physics. I'm either gonna roll my own using O3 or Claude, or I'll use the usual React 3 fiber thing. Whatever it is. There's some physics library. Rapier, that's what it was. You forgot it's Friday? Yeah, same. I thought it was like Saturday. Yeah, I guess it makes sense it's Friday. You can use Unity assets in the web app? Yeah. Yeah. I'm using 3JS. So this is actually from deterministic dice on Unity. I think it's something like this. I didn't care about any of their code. I just liked their dice models. So you can see here, all of these dice models are available on Funi. That's a secret, that's what I did. Yeah. Just grab the models. If you look closely, you'll notice they're the same. Alrighty. Did anyone here use Pixie.js? I really like Pixie.js. So, this Pixie, I'm assuming is what you meant. It's a very, very fast 2D, like, HTML canvas thingy, a bubber. I paid for it. I mean, yeah, I'm not an artist. I'm not gonna make all of it. And then this thing in the background, this cup, that's GPT. So I just use my little prompts and then I try it a couple times and out pops an image. And then I brightened it up in Photopea a little bit. Alrighty. Will I let the physics drive the dice outcome or reverse? No. So there's a trick for this, Kaz. What you do is you first identify what it is you want. So I figure out what numbers I'm looking for. And then you randomly just throw the dice, but you don't show it. That's the trick. You figure out what's on top of each of the dice. You figure out what it's supposed to be, and then you rotate the starting position of the dice so that when you replay that throw, the dice land where you want them. That's the secret. So you actually do the physics twice. And if you do it that way, then the dice become deterministic. Like, you know what the outcome's gonna be. So that's how it works. If I don't do that, then it's not going to be truly random. So the visible roll is action reverse? Pretty much, yeah. You can do that in a real casino? Yeah, you're just going to need like something that lets you go back in time, like some time rewinder. Alright, so what we want is we want these little guys here. So how does that work? So if we go to components and we go ahead and we just grab this component, it's an anonymous WDLGT. That, I don't know why I thought that would be helpful. Let's try that again, but let's do localhost. This way it'll be useful. I won't have the minified class names. This is a user board, user avatar and username. Okay, so I want to get an avatar and username. And where is that from? Ah, it's part of Funi Flippers. I see. Right, because there's a time on it. Can I make an Uno game? Yeah, sure, dude. Definitely. Here you go. It's called Foony Flippers. Done. In fact, you can have all sorts of game configs with Foony Flippers. It doesn't just have to be like Uno. You can play the standard. Maybe I need to have like some kind of mention that says this is like Uno inspired, because people don't realize this is like Uno inspired. Alrighty. Donut-based games are sweet. It's because donuts are really good. I like donuts. I don't eat them. I haven't had a donut in at least a day. Probably like a year. It's been a long time. Okay. So we have a use time remaining. With a turn end time. And a turn ID. Do we have turn ID stuff on Yacht? I don't think I do. Let's see. You'll be hearing from we'll be hearing from Milton Bradley any minute now. No, the trick is you don't say that your game is like Uno or some copyrighted trademark. You just say like I think you can say inspired by, and I think there's some other things you can do. You just gotta be careful with it. Let's see. Someone on your team added 3 icons to the app. They're SVGs with a PNG inside? Why? Oh man. Okay, so the thing about SVGs is they're meant for like certain like vectors and things. Things that are simple. Shapes. Circles, ovals, triangles, curvy lines. They're not meant as a more efficient, like, raster image. You know, something complicated. That's not a good use case for an SVG. You can approximate it and get pretty close, but the performance is going to be awful because the client is going to have to, like, actually render that SVG with all of its complicatedness. And the size is going to be awful because you're, instead of just having like some bitmap or something that gets compressed really well in like an AVIF file format, it's just a bunch of shapes. You know, tens of thousands of shapes, so that's painful. Alrighty. Right, so Foony Flippers is turn end time. And I believe it also has some kind of a turn ID. Yeah, user ID of the player's turn currently is. So we gotta have that in Yacht as well. So we go to game suite public. Oh, I already have it. Great. Easy. Okay, so can I actually use some kind of like avatar and username? I use AVIF? I've used AVIF for years, Red Sly. The thing is, I don't just use AVIF, I use WebP, and I also use PNG. Because the problem is, if you look here, AVIF is only recently supported. Like, Safari 16.4? That's pretty recent. And we've had problems with people who have computers that are so old that WebGL2 and WebGPU are not supported on their GPU. These are computers that are like, oh god, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. They're ancient. And people are buying them today because you can get like a super cheap refurbished computer for like 150 bucks, right? And in some countries, like you're not gonna buy a $3,000 computer. That's very expensive. So like, or like, let's say you're a broke kid or something, you know, like, and you've got some parents who maybe they're not super tech savvy or they just can't afford it, right? For any number of reasons. You get like a cheap computer, it still works just fine, it still accesses the internet, but it doesn't have WebGL 2. And it's definitely not going to have Safari 16.4. So, I can't use all the latest and greatest things, unfortunately. Alrighty. You know, people who still use their 2012 MacBook Airs? Yeah, I mean, there was kind of like this inflection point, right? Where like, it used to be you'd upgrade your computer all the time, and then eventually, for people who just browse the internet, computers from a decade ago are fine. Just throw a your browser doesn't support the site error? Yeah, but then they can't play. That's not fun. I almost want to promote this and move it out of Funi Flippers because I think I want to use the same thing. So let's... I think it's time that this gets promoted. We're gonna have it come out into the main Funi. Where do I want this? We've got accounts. Oh, here we go. Account. We've got avatar. Let's call it avatar and username. Actually, all those will still work. Oh, uses active as... it uses one of these thingies. Well... it doesn't have to, because it's so simple. That I think we can make it work. Alright, so we have uses active, I've got that part. We're not pulling from any games specifically anymore. But this type here, this doesn't just work. I mean, I could just do Funi Flippers and just be like, hey, you know, you gotta support these thingies, and if you don't, well, then too bad. Problem is, I don't think functional components work real well with generics. What the hell? Might as well. T extends game ID. And then I can come up with something to make sure that the game ID has a type where it satisfies some constraint, and if it doesn't, it will fail, and it will be fine. Howdy, Mendoza, how's it going? Okay, I guess we try this out. And if it works for... I'm gonna try it in Yacht. If it works nice in Yacht, I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna remove it from Funi Flippers, and then make it all happy. I think it will. I think this will work. You know what, let's just do that now, actually. Let's delete avatar and username. and fix this import here. This can be under components, accounts. And I think now it should be happy. All right, now we'll go back over to Yacht. You've begun dabbling in NextOS? Oh no. It could be a trap. I like Ubuntu. I don't know. I'm a bit old school. I mean, I guess Ubuntu isn't too old school. There's things older than that. But if NixOS works for you, then that's great. The code is never truly happy. This is very true. You always have to learn, right? I mean, heck, I didn't know React before Funi. Funi is like my first React project, which is kind of crazy to think about. Avatar and username. Scorecard. Somewhere over here, this part will become an avatar and username. Do I need to pass anything to avatar and username? Does it require any prompts? Oh. User ID is not required. Interesting. So I've got to figure out who the... I've got to grab the next player that's not self. And I'm trying to think if I have anywhere on Funi's code where it will grab the next player. Like, for team games, I definitely have something, but I don't think I have anything for... Yeah, I don't think I have anything. I think we're gonna have to come up with something. Now, this is like where you might get tripped up if you're kind of new to React. If you put a hook up here in this React scorecard, it's gonna re-render anytime that part of it changes. But if you come down here and you just say like other avatar and username, and then you stick, like you make a component for it, and you put the hook in here, now it doesn't re-render every time. Like, just this one little part re-renders, not the whole thing. Let's see. You use Windows 11 on the client side, but you can't rely on Windows computers. I find that Whizzle 2 is an okay middle ground. I like to play a lot of video games, so for me, Windows is kind of like, it has to be Windows. And I've tried a lot of different things. I've tried like, you know, Ubuntu, I've tried Mac. I always go back to Windows. For the next sweet asset pack, thank you so much, Dan. Thank you. I appreciate it. The support really helps. Especially recently, like, I kind of lost a lot of my monthly income, which I'll probably update my Twitch thing at some point, so like, I don't know, I was thinking about going back and like applying to like jobs at like, you know, Microsoft or Google or something for a bit. Don't know. Still thinking about it. I'm gonna wait and see how the ad stuff for Funi plays out, and we'll go from there. But let's see. Okay, so I need to get the other user, which is gonna be whoever the current churn is. I'm gonna get a job. I'm thinking about it. Alright, so I want use public game state. And we're basically just comparing the turn ID. If I definitely, let's see. You're still working on the same app project? Heck yeah, Dan, that's awesome. What happened to all that money that I was funneling through the Funi operation? Funi doesn't make much. In fact, I can show you the ads for it. So here's where Funi is at. You can see this is in New Zealand money, and this covers the servers, which, yeah, that's about it. Is it because I feel bored? Well, I kind of thought it might be interesting to try some new things, right? Like, yeah. But not just because I feel bored. I don't like selling my stock, right? And I don't want to have to sell my stocks. Like, I could probably get by without a job for like the next 40, 50 years, probably. But, I don't like selling stock. Especially, like, I have to think about, like, you know, what if I get sick or something, you know? And what if there's some kind of crazy emergency? Alrighty. So we've got the churn ID. But we also need to grab who the next player is. Uh, 50 years. But I mean, again, you know, keep in mind that's also like being really fiscally conservative with my money. So let's see. And now I need the queue as well. I've really put my heart into it the past few years. Yeah, like Funi has been a labor of love for like over 5 years. It's been a long time. Alright, so we need the turn ID and we need the queue. I could just do it that way. Or I can also just do both at the same time. I can do it like this. Public game state, and we're just going to compare turn ID. This is slightly more efficient than what I had like right below that. And BQ is equal to BQ. There we go. Well, hopefully it's been amazingly educational. Yeah, that's one thing that I really like about Funi, is that I get to work on my communication skills, I get to work on negotiation skills, right, with third parties, I get to work on like a full stack and, you know, architecture and design and all the everything, right? So do I get enough dividends from my stock to not have to work 40 or 50? No, that would be like me going to zero and selling stock, right? And I don't even know if would it last 40, 50? Oh, we gotta think about it. It might just be like 10. No, it would be more than 10. I guess it would be like 30. Probably 30. Need to get a gig at XAI? Somewhere. Alright, let's see. So we've got the two things I care about, turn ID and queue. So now, based on queue, I need to figure out, do I have something else where I grab who the next player is? Funi Flipper's player position updater. Hey, this looks like what I need. Okay. Yeah, something like this. A startup at some big startup is something. I'm not sure where I should be applying to right now, so I gotta like look into it, and I'm not even 100% sure if I want to apply yet. I want to kind of see where the ads go for Funi, like, because if Funi pops off, you know, I'll be set. But right now it's like breaking even, and I'm like, okay, well, this is great and all. We get 5 million monthly plays. I feel like we should be getting more than we currently get. So I feel like there's something wrong with the monetization. Alright, let's see. Sharing what happened, that my monthly is taking a dip. So before I got, like there's money from the book business, Funi, and another side thing. And that other side thing, it was like kind of like the main thing that kind of drove a lot of the money that I get in each month. And that kind of dried up. And I don't know if it will come back or not, so we'll see. The book business is still kind of ramping up. Hopefully that goes well. It's been a bit of a rough ride because I have to be able to translate a book using like an AI pipeline at a higher quality than like a human that costs like $2,000 for a translation, right? And there's a certain bar. They're also probably using AI, and then they have like they actually speak both languages, so they can go and they can improve it, right? I'm just relying on AI, and somehow I have to do a better job without knowing the language than they do. And that's really hard. So I do have a very strong AI pipeline. I can crank out a pretty good book, but I'm currently only getting like a 4.1, 4.2 on Amazon, and I need to get that up to like a 4.5, which is like about twice as hard. So I somehow need to make some adjustments there. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do that. I can probably just play the waiting game, wait for a stronger model to come out, and then maybe it'll be better. I could try doing something with Mechanical Turk. You know, maybe I have like an A/B test, and I have like a bunch of those, and then I send it to Mechanical Turk. I get real people's feedback on which of the versions they prefer, and then using that, I can maybe glean some insight and maybe make a better prompt that gets closer to what people enjoy. But the question is like, would that work? Maybe. How expensive would it be? I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, there's some tricky things there. Something else that would work is there's this website. I'm not going to share the name of it because it's like, you know, a giant collection of copyright material. But it's the same one that large companies like Facebook and stuff grab their information from. It has just about everything, like a ton of books. And you could train a model on it, but the problem there is I don't have access to compute at that scale to be able to train like a crazy model. And I can't really do something with OpenAI so much because the latest models like O3, etc., don't have fine-tuning that I'm aware of. But the idea would be you create some kind of like a fine-tuning or some kind of like a LoRa or something for one of these models using what people like. So like you would go through Amazon, you'd find all the top books for like a category, like romance, for example. Find everything that people rate very highly, grab a sampling of those books, train the model on that or something. But then, you know, that raises like copyright questions and all that fun stuff, and it's also very tricky. And if you can't fine-tune one of the strongest models like O3, even if you do this, the quality may still be subpar compared to one of the strongest models. So that's all sorts of fun. And that's kind of where the book stuff is right now. Okay, churn ID. So how do I want to do this? I want like the next player. A lot of trial and error in the LLM space, yeah. And that trial and error is very expensive. So we have the current churn. We have a queue. So it's almost like I just want to iterate over the queue. Should have known I'd explored every angle. I'm sure there's angles that I haven't explored, I just don't know about them, you know? Let's grab lowest priority. Actually, I can do it this way. And then next player. Let's just say lowest player. Okay, priority is maybe negative infinity. Grab the next player in the queue that isn't the current user. Most LLMs are lipstick on top of one of the main providers. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Leo. It's very expensive to train these models, like very, very expensive. That's the big issue, right? Like, that's why you've got Facebook trying to buy up or like build a giant database the size of Manhattan or something, I think. And you've got like, you know, Microsoft doing kind of the same thing. And they're just grabbing all the GPUs and everything. And then you've got X doing the same thing. Tons of compute. Billions. Yeah, like how are you gonna compete on like a consumer grade RTX 5090? You can't train a model anywhere close to that. Not today, at least. You can fine-tune DeepSeek R1. Yeah, again, like it could. I don't know how much it would cost to do that. Like, if I were to go and grab like 8 Mac studios or something, you know, like that might cost me $30,000-$40,000 just to be able to train one of these models. Maybe. Again, I haven't looked too much into it, but I know the numbers are high, and I'm not willing to do that right now. Seems very hard for indie developers. Yeah. But I can at least make an AI pipeline. So I can do things like, you know, stack ranking and stuff like that. So there's some things I can do. I just can't fine tune and train a model. Definitely a much higher barrier to entry than just, you know, building apps and things like I've been doing for the last decade and a half. Alright, grab the next player that isn't the current user. Why do I have a map? I feel like I don't need that. I just need like the next one. We can just do this like this. Cold email generation is ruining your inbox? Oh yeah, I bet there's a lot of that. Accuracy probably isn't fantastic in any model. Well, Google Translate is awful, Beef. Like, if you're using Google Translate, it's just really, really low quality. There's another site that's pretty popular for translation. I think it's called DeepL, and it's also pretty bad. It's a huge L. So, the thing is, it's very cheap, right? But the quality is garbage. Like, I've managed to get the quality pretty good. Again, 4.1, 4.2. My highest book that's been AI is a 4.5. But I've got to figure out how to improve the consistency and figure out like how to generate like the optimal thing that people really want to see. And of course it can't sound like AI. That's the key. Because people don't want to read something that sounds AI. You'd think they'd give you the best? They don't. I can tell you straight up. It's a very low quality compared to what you're able to get with O3. Okay. Next player in the queue that isn't the current user. Well, obviously, if that shouldn't really be a thing. Let's get current user if value is less than, if value greater than. Alright, so that's lowest and next player, which I basically think is all you really need. 4.1 even seems good for something. Yeah, 4.1's alright. I'm using like O3 and O3 Pro. And I don't want to reveal too much on how it works because some of it's pretty proprietary. I mean, like, I do this for you know, some kind of income, right? So like I wouldn't want competition. You fear for continuity when it generates book 3 of the series. There's things you can do to improve the continuity and like the author's voice throughout, like a whole bunch of different prompts. One of the things you can do is you can have it generate a character voice. So it scans the book and then it creates like a file. So like I do like character voice or something, and I include that in all the prompts so that it at least has some remembrance of like, okay, this character's supposed to sound like this one's supposed to sound like that. But you know, there's a lot to it. And then there's also limits. It's like if there's a prompt that's more than like 20,000 characters or 15,000 characters, it likes to get very lazy and likes to shorten that a lot. So you have to try it multiple times. And you don't want to break it down more than that because then you're breaking down a chapter into like a segments, and people might notice like a hiccup or something wherever you cut it. Maybe there's a market for novels where people may not care if it's AI generated. Maybe, but I mean, like, you're always trying to get the highest quality you can get, right? Alright, so other avatar and username. So we've got the lowest player, we've got the next player. Oh, and then, once we're done with that, if there's no next player, use the lowest player. Easy enough. And now we just have next, who's ready? Instead of it being a null, let's just use like an empty string. Because we already have like an empty string down there, right? Simple enough. How are my side projects doing? Let's see. Well, one of them bad. The book thing, mid. You know, it's kind of stopped at a certain like a revenue, and we're trying to get it up higher, but like it's kind of stuck. As far as translation quality goes, mid. It's not yet at the point where it can beat someone who's like a $2,000, right, for a book. So it has to get to that point before it really takes off. And I think current trend, we're looking for like 6 months to a year out before AI is at that point with my current pipeline. So I've got to figure out if there's something I can do to bump that timeline up. Okay, other avatar and username. So we've got all that jazz, and this now is just going to be user ID. Else no. It's just avatar and username with user ID. Wait, user ID. Oh, I want that to be next user ID. Alright, let's try that out. Not going back to Google? I'm open to it. It's not about the company, it's about the manager. Can you ask a weird question? That's kind of a weird question already. So yeah, go for it. Alrighty. So what we want to do now is we've got... Let's see if it works. Let's see what happens. Am I applying? Not yet. I'm a bit in the wait and see. It's like, I might apply. Wait a minute, what the heck? Wait, how does this work? Oh, it's on mobile! So we gotta do this again. What's my age? 34. Could go government. NASA is pretty sweet. Ideally, I would pick something that uses like React and TypeScript because I think I've gotten pretty good at them and I think I have a lot to offer in that category. Like, Golang wouldn't be bad either, but I think I'm strongest at TypeScript and React. The Laravel IDEA plugin will now be free. Oh, that's cool. I don't like the Drupal. No, I do not like Drupal. Alright, so we got this, and that's about what I expected. I expected it to be not ideal. I'm gonna have it rotate so that the name is like on top or below. Very simple. But where's the opponents? There's no opponents. Oh. Okay, let me try making a room with more than one player. Let's see what happens. I guess I don't have bots working properly yet for this game. There we go. Hey, look at that. And then it's a private room, and so there's no... Oh, there is a turn timer. Cool. It's doing something. So then if I roll dice, I need to have this disabled if it's not your turn. So that's something to do next. And if I can roll the dice. And then because I rolled, I get another turn. And then if I roll again, I get another turn. And then the timing is strange. It's not matching the timing. Howdy, Galahad. I need to wake up at 6 a.m. Alright, take care, Galahad. Glad to have you here. A WordPress fan? Oh, no. Anything but WordPress. And now that I've used all my roles... Yeah. Oh, we should disable this. If your roles are done, you need to disable that. And then it should switch to my turn. Nice. It needs to lock them in though. So when the turn changes, if you haven't made a decision, it should just like go down the list. Or it should like auto pick whatever gives you the most points. One or the other. Maybe auto pick the most points. Let's see. Alright, take care, Dan. Have a great evening. Alright. Wait a minute. I haven't used all my rolls, have I? Okay, yeah, there's a couple bugs I gotta work through as I finish this. It seems like you're stuck on the first turn, and so once you've used up your rolls, like you just out. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's going on with that. But the turn switching is fine, so it's a start. Okay, so I want this to be like flex call. Like that. But maybe not quite so big, that seems huge. Let's see. The thing is, the other just doesn't even show that, it just shows... Oh, I guess it's got players on the left. And all that jazz. Which is alright. But I didn't want to show extra information that's not necessary. And what happens if I play with more than one other player? So hold on, what if I do this? So it's a start, right? Like we can do this. But what if I join on like let's do Chrome. And let's join on another alt. Room has reached max player count. What? Oh. Let's allow more. Okay. Ah, yeah, see how it says great slug? It doesn't show the plus one other. I wanted to show that there's more players. Because there's no indication here how many people there are, or how many turns away your turn is. Because if you're playing, right, with, like let's say you're playing like a crazy Yacht game with like 20 people. You need to know how many players away it is until it's your turn. So I need to have some indication. Like, how do I want to handle that? Like one idea is in the other avatar. Maybe I could include something. I could have some kind of like an indicator. Howdy, fool. How's it going? I think for now I'm just gonna leave it, and then I'll have like a to-do. Alright, and then over here, do I have like a class name? I do. Awesome. So I can go like classes, roots, flex call, and that should help a little bit. This was the great interface of EpiServer. What is this? Oh, you got like your tree view going on over here. You've got some tabs going on. And you got pretty icons. Interesting. What a great UI with the sorting. You can move them up and down. I would like to be able to just drag them, you know? Okay, wait, why is it... Imagine managing a government agency with that? Oof. Okay, why is this one not... Oh, because I changed it only for one of them. Let's do this. Yacht, avatar, and username. And it's just going to accept a single props with the user ID. That's it. That's the only thing it has. Because it makes my life way simpler. And now I don't have to think about this classes at all. Oh, it's optional. Easy. Alright. So now it will be vertical. Perfect. It's still a bit on the large side. I kind of want it to be tinier. Like, why is this so big? Can I make this smaller? It already has... Okay, so this thing already gets smaller. It's just kind of max width for its size. I feel like it's too big. I think we should make it smaller. I think we should want to go like... there? 64 maybe? I don't think we want it to be too big. I mean, it does shrink though, based on width and height, so maybe it's fine. No, it's too big. Like, sure, it shrinks down a little bit there, but like, that's too big, and that's too big. Okay, so let's do that. So let's think, if we've got... 64 pixels. That means we want it to be like, I don't know, 40, 42, some kind of size like that. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that looks better. And now the text. I gotta shrink the text size. The text is enormous. And I feel like it's too bold. So I almost want it to be like font dash normal. Or maybe even semi-bold. See what that looks like. I think that's better. Oh, there we go. Now we have a bot to go against. It's not too bad. Yeah, I think that works. Alright, now I gotta improve the styling on the left side, and we've got to make it so that whenever I do make a roll, it actually shows the dice, and it shows like the scores. So let's get a commit in, and then we'll get the styling of the left side all nice and happy. And then, like, I almost have a game that works. So the first change is, let's not even worry about Yacht. Let's just worry about this avatar and username. Refactor. And then instead of refactor, which could be any kind of refactor, I'll say move to components. So it gets promoted. This is actually two things in one. Let's get this Yacht control here first, and then I'll worry about the other part. Let's see, it looks like the only thing there used is Yacht roll dice. Oh, and also this part. Alright, so now that that's done, let's add a Yacht story as well. And then after that commit, we have this next one, which is show avatars of current players. Scoreboard. All right. And I guess I probably should have this committed as well in one of these others. Let's see, that would be story. Arg. Fine, whatever. I'll just push it some other time. That'll be fine. All right. So I want to find wherever that thingamabobber is. Let's close out of some of this stuff here. Close out of this one. I have an image. This one here. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So the way I want that to work is I want one column color on the left, one column color on the right, and then I want it alternating with two sections. If I wasn't a programmer, what would I be? An acorn. A squirrel. A tree. I don't know. I'd be something. Like, okay, like, a serious answer, if I wasn't into programming... Ooh. Probably a trader of some sort. So like, yeah, I'd probably get into trading. But that's not super fulfilling. It makes money, but it's not super fulfilling, so I don't know. I like creating things. That's a good question. But I like programming, so... Alrighty, so what I want to do now is I want to decide how I want to do this group thingy-mabobber. Do I see a difference in productivity between on and off stream work? Being on stream helps you focus, but you have a lot of like hiccups, right? Where you stop coding for a bit because you're like responding to like a question or something. Whereas off stream, it's less focused, but it's like more chill and you can I just kind of code throughout the day. So I don't know. I think when I first started streaming and it was like a really small stream, you had that accountability of being on stream, but you didn't have quite so many questions, and so I found that to be super productive. I think like as you get more viewers and you get more questions, it's less a biologist. Maybe no, not a biologist. You gotta go outside for that one. You gotta deal with bugs. I mean, okay, I deal with bugs currently with programming, but like they're different. Yeah, I'd probably do something involving numbers. I like math. Alright, Yacht, avatar, and username. What else do we have going on? These questions are hard to answer. Some of them are. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then... What can be this alternate background? Yeah, you know what? This part I can do very simple and very easy. You can just go here. Alternate the rows for... Something like that. Oh, I mean, I enjoy answering the questions for sure, Emily, right? Like, it gives me something to do. And, it's just nice. I like it. Alrighty, so while that's doing that work, maybe I can do the same. Let's see. It's a bit tricky because with my current implementation, I'm using a grid. I guess it doesn't matter, because I can just stick the background yeah. Okay. For this, I can just iterate. I can be like, is even, is odd. Very simple. Yep, not odd, and then it just repeats. Very simple, very easy to do. And then I have other square. Yeah, okay. You know what? I feel like this is going to end up being simpler than... Yeah, I think I came up with something simpler. They've got like row index, mod 2, increment row index is even. Like, come on, just is even. What is this? What is this? Okay. And I can just be like... I mean, I could do that way. I could... Or I could just use CN like I always use. And I think I might just use CN. Claude's better, don't use GPT. They're both fine. Let's go ahead and just use CN here. But yeah, Claude is better. For most things. The thing though is like Claude Code, you can't just give it like a screenshot, and that is a bit of a disadvantage. But as far as code quality goes, I do prefer Claude. What libraries do I use? Quite a few, but I've actually been reducing the number of libraries I use slowly over time. Just kind of how it is, right? Like, because you have to maintain that library, so like whenever it ends support, or whenever you don't want to update to the newest version, you just kind of fork it and do your own thing. Or make your own simple version. So like, examples of where I've done that is like Material UI. I don't use MUI, I use my own like base UI, which is like super basic and like super tiny and very minimal, very fast. And it doesn't break every version. Same thing for Storybook. I use my own Storybook. Very lightweight, very fast, very snappy. Doesn't break every version. And then there's like a couple hooks that I do the same thing. Do I own Tekken 8? What? Oh, like do I own the game Tekken 8? No. I'm not too big on fighting games. I like other kinds. I've been playing the Donkey Kong game that came out. It's pretty cozy. Yeah. And way too much Magic the Gathering. I've been playing like almost every day ever since Final Fantasy came out. Alright, so then is odd? If so, else do this other color. Maybe like BG defaults. Oh heck, I don't know. I don't think it matters too much. Let's just go with something and then we'll just YOLO it. And then instead of it being default, what does red look like here? Maybe 600, 500? But I feel like that's gonna be... First off, it's gonna look awful. But maybe if it's like /20, maybe it'll come out okay. Let's see what that looks like. Hey, that actually is decent. It's a start. The red is kind of fine. Okay, but I do really want... I've used all my rolls for this turn. I do really want it to show that we'll be like the opponent as well, but I guess it's fine. Okay. The Black Mage deck. Yeah, there's like a VV deck. There's so many decks that are really neat. On MTG Arena, I've been playing like this Chocobo Landfall deck with Tifa, and the Spine guy that boosts stuff, and the Hydra that doubles its stats every landfall, which is wildly OP. I think it's like Mossborn Hydra. Screenshots to Claude? Oh no, I didn't. Control V. Wait, you can send screenshots to Claude? Really? Interesting. I'm gonna have to try that. We'll see how it goes. But let's finish cleaning up this BG thing here. Do I want like a /20 or do I want it just like darker color? What if I try like 11 and 1000? What does that look like? That's so OP that you can just paste screenshots to Claude. Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, you mean the deck that I'm using on MTG Arena? Yeah, it's broken. Maybe that? And then we can have something whenever you hover over something. For UI, you went to textures in Blender for your mobile game? Interesting. Yeah, I just got this from Unity. Okay, so it gets a little funky here. But, you know, we can improve it. I think at a certain point, we want it to just be LG and SM. Whoa, what happens here? Why does... It gets all messy as soon as like the scroll bar appears. What? What the heck, Firefox? That's not supposed to happen. Heck and heck. Okay. Interesting. Great. Also, it totally messes up here. Okay, so is even and is odd may not be enough because this time I want it to be different. Yeah, okay. We're gonna have to do row index. Row index equals 0, increment the row index. So then this is even is odd. It needs to have like a mobile is even is odd. So normally it's mod2. And then const is mobile odds, which is row index divide by 2 mod2. Math dot floor. Mobile shows 2 rows, or yeah, per column. Okay, at this point, way too much code going on here, so we're gonna split this up. Const. Background. So now we do all that jazz here. And then I have to think about like, what is the dimension for mobile? Like at what point does it go mobile? So if I scroll up, I should be able to see it. No, scroll down maybe. It looks like SM. So SM needs to be on all of these, and then it's just very simple. Very easy. is mobile odd. Let's take mobile odd first, just because it's like the default, right? There we go. And then we can do opponent background, which is going to be similar. Perfect. Let's try that out, see how it looks. So now, just the way you expect, it's alternating. It's weird though that I just appeared now disconnected like the left and the right side. How does that make sense? Because the left is supposed to be my ID and then the right is supposed to be not my ID, so how? I don't know how that's possible. Wait, it only shows up on mobile. What? Howdy, Hispanic. How's it going? Yeah, I missed y'all too. It's hard to achieve the same performance on Unreal. Wow, I'm using Unity, so I don't know what the performance is like. It takes a while to start up, but I'm sure it would be a lot more convenient. Alrighty. So why does it do this on mobile? Wait a minute, so we've got other avatar and username, which is for mobile. Which is the same use. Huh? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, does it? It looks like it would work just fine. And yet, it shows the same thing twice. What if I refresh? No, it's an actual bug. Okay, so what if I go to this component thing? Maybe it's only... Okay, my component thing is acting up, it's not working properly. Unless it's a different... No, it's supposed to work. Alright, fine, we can do it this way. Site theme, all that jazz. It doesn't make sense, there should be way more. What? Is there something I'm missing? Wait, why is this not loading? Something about strict mode. No, that's fine. You know what it is? This is a storybook. I thought this was live. My bad. That's why it's weird. It's because it's not real. And the data is not real. Okay. Right. That was a mock of the stuff. Okay, but is the bug still here? Yeah, it's still here. Okay. But now, at least, this will do what I want it to. Great. So what's going on here? Avatar and username. Yacht, avatar and username. What? And the other avatar and username, which is blank. Wait a minute. One of these things isn't supposed to show up. Okay, I see what's going on. So the mobile category is fine. It's that for some reason we're including the others even in the mobile category. which is not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be like you get mobile or you get the desktop, you don't get both. So let's fix it so that you only get one or the other and not both. Alright, so is there like a hidden or something going on? Like, how does this work? Yacht scorecard has these rows. It adds a bunch of rows, and then it has that. Okay, I see, I see. So it's almost like how does this work? So I have 3 here, and then when I shrink it down, I have like 2 or 4. Mobile category. Show category headers twice on mobile so that everything lines up nicely. Oh, because there's 6 of them. Because... Right. I see what's going on. It's not a bug. You see that? Like, you've got yours, opponents. Yours, opponent. So that's actually working as intended. If you're playing against someone else, it's gonna have to have them there and then there. Okay, that's not a bug. I just didn't see an opponent and I was like, that's weird. But that's working as intended. Okay. The other weird part is I have this like small straight, large straight, etc. So let's do white space no wrap and get that working a little bit better. What's going on here? Is this a story? No. Why can't I inspect the thing that I want? Why is there a loading overlay? Does this have pointer events none? Seems like it does. So why does it keep coming into my space here? Maybe it didn't. Weird. Okay, whatever. I got over here. This is what I want. So now I want to do white space no wrap. And then I want some kind of an ellipsis. I forget how to do this. It's like you do overflow hidden, text overflow ellipsis. There we go. Perfect. And so that's going to be on one of these rows here, wherever they are. This, where are the score thingamabobbers? Lower section, upper section. There's a score, there's a background. Oh, I guess this is just going to be on either of these. Oh, no, it'll be this one. Alright, let's try that. Should look better now. Everything will be like a single row. White space no wrap. There we go. Alright, it's a start. Is it getting there? we gotta fix it up a little bit, add like a little summary thingy, improve the style a little bit so that maybe there's like a bit of spacing. I'm not gonna do that. But let's get a commit in because we've made a little bit of progress. I'll be right back 1 sec. Alrighty. Oh, you know what? I could get this other small change in while we do this. I'm just gonna sneak it in. Hee hee hee. There we go. It's just one of those things that like doesn't really deserve its own commit. Alright, now I've got to make this more interactive. Like, it's not very interactive right now. So let me think about how I want to handle that. Oh, and I also need to make these show the values. So the way that works is it needs to not be a dash. I need to have it calculate if it's the current turn. And I just calculate the value of that section. Oh no, it needs to be based off of your opponent as well, right? Self-score, other score. Where is the self-score, other score coming from? Other score, self-score, other score. Oh, it's just being set to null. That's not quite what I want. Okay, now this part I have to think about a little bit. So we can either have every one of these rows listening on a change, and then all of those get updated, or I can just say, you know what, anytime you make a roll, there's a high likelihood let's just re-render all of the rows anyways, because who cares, it's only like 30-40 different fields. So performance shouldn't be too big of an issue. And it might end up in simpler code, which I think is more important here. I mean, both are semi-simple. For other score though, I need to have I need to know who that user ID is. So I need to change it. I need to make like a hook that is like use other user ID, and then we're gonna take the logic and I'm gonna move it out into that hook, and then I can just kind of reuse that. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So if I go down to Yacht other avatar username, this part here, all this logic to get this next user ID is gonna get moved out. Use other user ID. Which is a string. Returns the user ID of the next/other player. You know what? I think I want to update this too, because I think I want to include like turns until like turns remaining, turns until the next, like your turn again, right? Because I want to have some kind of like an indicator somewhere on the game so that you understand like, oh, my turn's coming up, I better get ready. Or if you're playing with like a bunch of people, maybe get like plenty of time and go take a small snack break or something. So let's return this in two parts. User ID and turns until next, which will be like turns until your next turn. So EG1 means the current player is next. Including an example there because otherwise it's easy to get like an off by one, right? Which is something we want to avoid in programming. Alright. So that's going to be use other ID, and then we just take all this and simplify all that code. Next user ID equals use other user ID. Very simple. And now I don't really need that to do anymore because we already kind of have it over here. The question here though is, how do I know how many players there are until the next, until like my turn? Like if I sort the array, it becomes easy. Sorting is big O in login for performance, right? But we can do this in big O in time. So I know who the next player is. I know how many players are in the queue, and I know whatever my... Do I know my index? Yeah. We can keep track of the number of players in the queue that have a lower a lower priority than the current player. So that gives the current location. And we have the next user ID. So we would have to like, once we get the next user ID, we'd have to iterate over the list a second time. So it's big O2 in, which is still big O in. But usually big O2 in is slower than big O in login, I think. Well, for like the values I'm doing. Well, no, it'll be fast. Whatever. The performance doesn't matter. Like, you're not gonna play with 100,000 players. Like, it really just doesn't matter. Okay. So let's do that. Number of players, what is it, lower priority than the current player. Yeah. If value, or let's see, if player priority is gonna be whatever that is. And I guess user ID could be that, so I'll just do that. Easy. Performance, yeah. Oh, you want me to add a comment? Okay, sure. Where would you like this comment, Beef? You know what? Maybe here. Performance isn't going to matter. Just in case. Okay, there. Your quote is like dash acorn and then quote it again. You quoted the quote. I gotta stay consistent, you know? Alright. So now we have whatever the player's priority is. If the value is less than player priority, I guess we'll default it to 0, you know. It's a value to compare to. If the value less than player priority, then plus plus current player index and then we have a user ID. Iterate over the queue one more time. The index of the next player. Next, player index 0, and then just... That's not how it works. This is a problem with Copilot. Tries to introduce some bugs in your code. Unbelievable. Alright. Key value. If the whole continue. There we go. Alright. Now we know the zero-based index, we know the length of the array, then we know the other index. Okay. Turns until next equals next player index is less than current player index. It's close, but we already have entries, so just use entries. Wait, yeah, we already have entries. What the hell? Why is the AI so shit at writing code still? Alright. Next player index minus the current player index. Does this make sense? So if the next player is lower index than current player, then you take the next player index and you just current minus next. What? This is wrong. How has Copilot messed this up? Okay. otherwise. There's not that. It sure as heck isn't that. Okay. If the next player index is greater than its entry's length minus the next player index gives you a number plus current player index. I think that's right. Let me see here. So let's go like A, B, through C, something like that. Does this make sense? So there's 2 players in front, meaning that my index is 2. There's 4 players in front of next player, and the length of this is 6. So you would wind up with 6 minus 4 plus 2, which is 4. Meaning 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, that maths. The maths. I think it works. Okay, so that's turns until next. So I just gotta update that as well. In fact, I could just be like const result set result. Let's just do that. Yeah, makes sense to me. Return results. Set results. Easy. All right, so there we go. Big O in solution to the number of turns until under 0.05 milliseconds. Yeah, I don't think performance is going to be an issue. It's not like we're making the most intense games ever. Alrighty. So, now I know how many turns until my next turn. I can stick that somewhere, probably like over here, I'm thinking, to the left. Whenever I shrink it down, that'll be a little bit trickier. I don't know. I'll come up with a solution. We'll figure it out. But let's get these scores in now. No, let's get a commit in first, and then we'll get the scores in. Alright, go ahead and push that. Alright, what do I want to do now? I want the calculations for the scores. And there's 2 ways I can do this, I just don't know which way I want to do it. So we've got a self-score, other score, neither of those. What I need to do is I need to know what the category is. Like, I can use like 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. Having it be self-score and other score doesn't make a lot of sense. I can have this be a function on like how to calculate it, which is probably enough. Yeah, basically the function would accept whatever your dice are, and then given that it would calculate the thing. How do I do this on the back end? I feel like I haven't done this yet. So I don't think I have to copy anything or anything to look at. Yeah, so I've got max points per category. No, I definitely have calculate. Yeah, Okay. How does this work? So you've got some dice values. That's bonus, it does that. Based on a category. I see, okay. Yeah, I think it would be too much of a pain to worry about maybe copying that. Like, I could stick it in the shared library, right? Which ensures that the client and the server both always get the same score. Oh, wait a minute. The points are different. No, yeah, there's more to calculating a score. Because